Okay, I think I'm back now. Okay, I think we are back. Let me see if I can pull it up and then link it to the Discord group. Alright, so a lot of technical difficulties today, but we will get this sorted out. Here we go. Alright, so I think we are going to be back up and running now. And once you guys get in here, you can let me know if you can hear me. Sorry, my OBS crashed, so I think I was having some issues. But once you guys get back in here, we'll start going over and I guess, updating you on what's going on. Okay, so Kenny's in here. You can hear me. I can minimize then, it looks like this, because I think we have a chat going. I can close this window. Yeah, Uncle Kenny, right? Uncle Kenny's like the most popular dude in the Discord. Anyone that doesn't know, Kenny's a good guy, and he is a Aterian whale. He owns almost as much as the CEO. He may regret that right now, but soon he won't. All right. Give me a sec. All right. So let's see if we can get people back in here. Okay. All right, so we got a couple people back in here. It looks like we got 11 people back in. That's good. Thanks. All right, so I guess I can do an introduction. Ace, good call. Open that. Yeah, thanks, Ace. All right, here we go. No, I'm back on. Realistic Trader, I am back on. I am back on now. All right, so where are we right now? Let's take a look. So ATER right now is at 342. We're just chopping. Like honestly, the volume's super low. I mean, it's higher than we usually are, but at the same time, like compared to the last couple of days, it's low. Let's just see real quick on my chart. So we've only got. Let's see it on here. Pull up. Get a little bigger. There we go. So it's about 4.4 million volume as of right now, and the time is almost 11 o'clock. So volume's pretty low. YouTube channel is still the recording. What's that? The YouTube channel is still the recording. What does that mean? Hey, Realistic Trader, can you let me know what that means? Because I'm not quite sure. Oh, my link is the wrong one. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry for anyone that's going to be bored when you're listening to this. Obviously, I'm talking to my Discord group right now. we've created a nice Discord group. There's tons of different retail traders in there who are interested in all sorts of different stocks, and um, the idea behind the place was basically we wanted to bring together a bunch of different traders and kind of be able to compare ideas, notes, and stuff like that, and not create echo chambers. We can at least have honest conversations. If we like something, we don't like something, we can present arguments. Say, this is why I like this company. This is why I don't like this company. We go over fundamentals, balance sheets, read through the filings. Shout out to Ace. He's really good about those. And a couple other guys who are really detail oriented. I'm supposed to look at something for Rob, aren't I? All right, let me take a look, Rob. I know you had written me, and I totally got sidetracked with the YouTube thing. All right, so Rob, you were saying that according to this Aterian note, and maybe we can pull this up. I don't see a problem with that. Alright, let me get out of the direct messages, so at least I'm not. Here we go. Alright, so we're going to just pull this up real quick. Alright, so he was saying that he only saw 959 warrants at the strike price of 1560. And not the 318. So I need to do a correction to the DD. There's actually less warrants at 1560. I went and double checked, and I had inverse some numbers in my head, and I said 380, but it should have been 318. Let me just see if I can pull up that real quick. So let's go through that filing and see what you're talking about. So that most recent filing, that was the 1730 shares. Let's see. Let me type in the search and see if we can figure out the exact. All right. So warrants. All right, so as of March 24th, we had outstanding warrants to purchase an aggregate of 10,967,697 of our common stock. Warrants to purchase an aggregate of 139K with an exercise price. Warrants to purchase another 76,025, and then warrants which are purchased at $4. Those ones I think have already been exercised, but the 1560 ones. All right, so Rob, I see what you're talking about. It looks like if you add those two numbers up, you only get 200 and something. Now, I think there might be something left over from the Mohawk days, but I think they would have had to include them in the most recent document. Let me see if I can pull up the one that because it's possible that dilution is not up to date on theirs. So let me pull up theirs real quick. For anyone that doesn't know what I'm talking about, basically we're going through. So every company basically goes through and they have filings that they have to put out to the SEC. That allows basically everyone involved, not just big players, the chance to read through, understand what companies are doing. And I know for some people, they're not super familiar with warrants. I kind of got that when I was on short. It's interesting because when I was on Short Squeeze, I kept looking at all these people and I'm like, I don't understand why they're going into these companies. And then I realized I don't think they know what's going on and why these things happen. So just so I can kind of explain something real quick, and I will dive back into the warrants. Warrants essentially are kind of like call options. Essentially, what they do is they are issued by the company instead of a market maker. And they usually have longer time periods than a call option. Like call options usually will have like a maximum of like 2 years out, whereas warrants sometimes will have like 7, 10 years, 5 years. Depends on the time frame that they want to go. But and what the reason why the shorts love those is because it gives them a guaranteed cover price. So they can basically short against them. So when you have these hedge funds that come out there and they're like, oh yeah, well, no problem, we'll, to a small micro cap, they'll go, yeah, we'll lend you, $22 million. You just give us some warrants, give us some shares. And what these hedge funds do though is they take those warrants and they take those shares and they basically say, all right, now we're going to short this company to the ground. Like if the company does well, sure, we've got these shares long and we've got these warrants that will be worth more, but we can make even more money if we short these things down. And because we can basically control the ups and the downs. And so the reason why in short squeeze, a lot of these companies that have these huge amounts of warrants, it basically allows the shorts to freely short a company down, and then if something goes wrong, they just cover at the price that the warrant's at. If that makes sense to everyone. Let me just see what everyone's saying inside the Discord and the. Let me pull up that. Sorry. All right, so let's pull up the Discord. I should read audiobooks. Let's see. He's got a military man physique. His haircut sounds good. You guys really want to see my face, huh? All right, so let's see. Does everyone kind of understand, though, why warrants are super important to hedge funds, or especially short ones? Because basically it allows them a set price to actually cover at. So, say, for example, they have warrants, for example, in Aterian, these ones that are going to be due in September 6th, to be exact. They will be able to then cover whatever they shorted at that price. But Aterian, on the other hand, made a thing where they said you can't exercise these for 6 months, which in our case is why there's so much immediate interest in this, because shorts don't have anything else until basically 15, and I think we were establishing it's either 215 total warrants, 215,000 warrants at 1560. I had initially said 380K, but I inversed some numbers, so I need to probably update that because I did make a mistake. I think when I published the DD and some people I talked to, I think I told them 380K. I mean, it's not a ton difference, but it's actually better because there's less warrants. So if anything, I was being more ultra conservative with my number, but it's either 318K or it's 215K. We're trying to set that out. Rob, you may be right here. If you add those two numbers up, it gives you 215. I was going off a dilution tracker, who is a website that basically free plug for them. But they, essentially they have a website, and I think we actually have a code that they gave me. If anyone's interested in it, just DM me, and I can give you the code if you want to look at their subscription. But it basically just allows you to quickly glance at a company. They read through all the filings, and then they push out all this information to their thing, and you can quickly look at like a chart of how much dilution is on the table. And I think it's a great tool for retail to have. So there you get a free plug. But anyway, they had put down 318,000 for these warrants. Okay, so ATER is not what's going on here on the Discord. Okay, so maybe be sideways for a couple more hours. Yeah, so let's see. Did Booksy put any more TA in so far? Nope. Looks like Wanero. You guys got me hyped on ATER. Was looking at the Elliott waves. All right, so I'll pull this up for you guys so you can see what he's saying. All right, so he's saying. All right, so here, maybe we make it bigger. Yeah, that's That's about a little better. Let me see if this. I'm going to cover the price for a second so we can take a look at this. All right, so he's showing you guys. We were in this, skewed triangle falling wedge, and then we broke out, and now we're going to be consolidating around here. Let's see. So he said, "You all got me hyped for ATER. Took a past pattern in the bidding. The Elliott wave continues to play out through it. We're a complicated part of the pattern. It breaks down ABC." Yeah, Elliott waves to me. I've read the theory behind it. It's interesting. I know. I think is it Patat? Is that how you say? Is it Patat? Maybe the Discord can correct me if I'm wrong here, but let me go back over here. One of our mods is named Patat. I think it's how you pronounce it. He's not on there right now, so. But he's also playing with Elliott waves. So let me see if I can pull those up real quick. And I do have to get back over. All right, how's everything over on Reddit? Everyone, is everybody okay? Are they holding their? They're not freaking out when we dip into the 330s again, because I promise it's going to be okay. Let's see. All right, so it looks like everyone's doing good. Looks like he's comparing August to September. No, I don't think we can actually go into Reddit and stream. I don't know, though. I'll be honest. I mean, I can see if that's allowed. I don't think so, though. Anyone know the answer to that? Are we allowed to, post streams in Reddit? Oops. I'm going to bring this over. All right. So you can link the stream. That's about it, is what they're saying. I don't know if, for example, I think short squeeze. I know when you link things, it's not allowed. So on our own Aterian channel, I think we could do it. If you want me to try that real quick, I can see if we can get some more people in here. We got 22 people watching right now. We'll go ahead and go to Aterian real quick, because I know in short squeeze we're not going to be able to post it there, but because you can't post links in there, because I know I've tried that before, because I was going to link something from another, even from the short squeeze thing, and they just don't allow links inside short squeeze. All right, so we'll say I am streaming and talking on YouTube begrudgingly. All right. To ATER stuff. Join me. I guess I can provide a link. And then I have to select community, and we'll do it to Aterian stock. We have gained more people on there, which is nice. I guess it can be news. News. And if the hedge funds. Yeah, so somebody had asked me where the name came from. It was just supposed to be anonymous, like fuck the hedge funds. Sorry for my language, but I was mad at hedge funds when I was in GameStop a couple months ago, or about a year ago. So I needed to make a new Reddit account, because I think my old account had my name in it, So I was like not trying to, go to war with a bunch of hedge funds when I had my real name in it. So I made an anonymous account, and that's why it's only a year old. Oh boy, Will Mead just threw out ATER at the top of. So that just came out about an hour ago. Is that right? An hour ago. Did we get some buying pressure? What time was that? Let's see. Hey Rob, are you listening to the YouTube? Hey, can you give me your opinion? Okay, so somebody was asking my opinion on different stocks. Oh, that's cool. Somebody's looking for Fintel. Later. Sorry, I'm reading through some Reddit stuff. I have like I think 46 notifications and about 17 chats going. Somebody wrote me. Let's see. All right, let me ask Rob real quick. Rob, what time was that posted? Okay, it's 10 a.m. So let's see what the volume at 10 a.m. did. So this is 10 a.m. right here. So we had that little run up right here. So that was probably the buying pressure by the time people started like buying. All right, so they're trying to push it down again. We're going to probably be in this like 330 area. Looks like the MACD is crossed over down. They're kind of just pushing the price down. Scotch is already down. So, yeah, we're going to just, they're going to short it. It's what they do. If you watch these tickers with emotion and think about like the money behind it, it's really hard to like actually like trade because you have to almost just pretend like, okay, you're watching, if you take the emotion out of it, you know what you're investing in. The price, and the reason why I keep telling everyone, hey, don't look at the price when you're trading. If you know your facts, if you know your stuff, and you have conviction, you stick to that, you'll be fine. They're going to try to trick you with price because they control the price. That's the truth of it. Like in the stock market, the big guys control the price, and then people like us, react to it. And so they will get you out of positions that you're really supposed to be long in because you think, oh my God, this thing's going to go down forever. And then as soon as you get out and while other retail get out, that's when they go back up because they're looking for you to sell and they're going to buy into your selling pressure. And then when they convince you to buy something, it's usually because they're getting out of something. Like you basically go across. Somebody was asking about T+3. Yeah. So Elias, yeah, so T+3 will depend on the broker. The other things they can do also is they can also just choose to fail not to locate. Like at this point, if they have such big orders and they know that they're going to try to push down the price today, for example, they'll just try to push down the price and they'll eat the FTD because they know they're going to stack up anyway. Like that was a lot of buying pressure, and we don't have a ton of float for this stock. So if you think about this, you've got 28 million shares that are available to trade. We've already had a day of 145 million, a day of like 78 million, and then yesterday was like 15 million. And today we're at about 4.8 right now at like 11 something, right? Okay, 11:15. So what we're looking at right now is you've got some retail buying in, but they're going to basically try to do their best of like they're going to try to shake the tree as hard as they can because they don't want to deliver these shares. Like retail retail's brokers are not on their side. Like in fact, most of the time the brokers are like kind of hoping that you lose money because they're able then to cover and make even more money taking the other side of the trade. And also, if, for example, they know they're not going to locate your shares, it gives you the ability to, for them to basically go, oh, well, now we don't need to locate these things. So if you bought in on Monday at, or Tuesday at like $4, and now you're $1 down, you're going, oh, is this the right trade? Is the trade over? That's kind of what they're banking on. And so if they don't have to buy your shares on the open market, that's ideal for them because they can just go, oh yeah, well it's way lower here. We'll cover down here because they eventually have to get these shares to you. So the reason why that the options chains people were going to let these things go into the money is because it's forcing the market makers to actually re-hedge and then deliver these shares by Tuesday of next week. For me, I'm looking at this in the long run that all the indicators going up that we want to see. If you look at, for example, Ortex, let me pull up Ortex real quick. All right. So, Ortex right now is telling us that they borrowed another 1.1 million shares, and their cost to borrow is like at 40% right now, which is like a 200% increase from where it was. So we're making things more uncomfortable that now, just by buying and holding. Like, a lot of us here have been in the stock for a long time. And so for us, we're used to holding. Like some of the newer people are like, well, what's going on here? So here's the deal. Like we've got, if you look right now, there's a buy wall right now about 20,000 at basically 330. Like this whole area is basically a padding for 330. They're basically just letting it chop back and forth right now. They're trying to probably cover shares and short when they can, but it looks like the bulls are just kind of keeping the guardrails in, and they're fine just letting this kind of chop around. So a lot of times, retail always wants everything to happen really quickly. Like they're like, oh man, like they expect straight, lines up and for it to go up forever, and that's not really what happens. Like if you look at the daily chart, let's see if we can pull up the daily. Okay, so here's a daily chart of Aterian. You saw we went up, we go up, and now we're going to probably consolidate in this area before the next move up. There's just a lot of, let me see if we can pull that over. There we go. Here. So if you look right now, we had these, things that were going on. We had uptrend, then down, bleeding, and then we finally hit a spring down here at the 210. And then since then we kind of consolidated, and then we finally had that chop up after that DD got released. And at this point, they were going to try to figure out what to do. You can see we had that first big day when they had to like hedge all those, calls. And then yesterday was basically, Tuesday was basically them, the market was down that day, and we still ended up. And then right here, are we on the daily? Yeah, we're on the daily. Now they're going to try to push this around. And so let's go back to the 1 minute so we can kind of see the live action. Yeah, so they're going to try to freak everybody out. They're going to try to push it down. And right here, we're going to start hitting these buy walls. And they actually move them. So they're trying to get shares a little bit cheaper by moving them down to like the 25 mark. So smart of them. Yeah, so right here, they move the buy wall down. And so they're letting them, them basically short down and give them cheaper shares longer. And the two areas that we were looking at from the TA perspective were we were looking at 330 to hold, and then if it doesn't hold here, then $3 and then 280 are the two next like support levels. Like there are plenty of people that are like much better at TA than I am. I just know kind of more. I'm more on the fundamental side, but I do know a little bit about the TA stuff, and I do know a little bit about options, and so you know, I don't consider myself an expert in everything. I try to learn everything. You know, I know DZ's really great with the options. I've learned stuff from him. I've continued trying to learn stuff. I've got a lot of the basics down for options. And even some like middle level, like, you know, doing some spreads and some, you know, but I think Booksy's got way more knowledge than I do as far as like TA goes. So like, let me see if he's online and we can see if we can hit him up and see what he thinks. I know he said that he saw a retracement back to, I think it was 280 in his TA, if I remember seeing it correctly. Let's see. It loves running in the threes and waves the cross. Yeah, so I'm just looking up traditional support levels right now are at, or support level, they have it down at, according to the options fan bot, that they've got it at 316 as support, but we've noticed kind of 330 was holding. But if it doesn't, then I guess the next level would be 316 and then $3 and then the 291 and then 280 are the next like levels of support. Right now, I've got some Fibonacci levels. Let's see what he's doing here, Booksy. Here we go. So he saw us doing this. He saw us going down into a hook, which is actually right about where we're at right now. And then we will drop down to about 290-ish, maybe touching the 280s. And then it looks like we'll slowly move up, and that would be, let's see what the date is. So that would be going into next week. We would be down the 290s. We chop around, and then we would shoot hard back up to about 360. He said we're going to make some cat ears, and maybe I'll see if I can show you guys what this looks like. We'll make it big for a second because there's not much going on. All right, so this is where basically what he was showing you guys. He said this was going to be the fake breakout. They're going to try to shake retail out in this area. This is the hook right here. So that is around the area we're in right now. So he said we're going to probably have a push up to like 340s, which I think we've already had. And then he said he's expecting us to kind of drop down. I don't know if this is the exact date, but somewhere around this level, which is about 290s and 280s. And then he thinks we're going to kind of break back up into the 360s, kind of go down and then do one last retest of the bottom, which is like 280s area. And then we're going to see a really big move right into May. And that would line up with, you know, we do have earnings. There's a large options chain that is there. Hopefully he doesn't mind me butchering his interpretation, but we'll go ahead and here get out of this. And then I think somebody else had provided some DD that they did. I think it was Pat Tat. He said that he saw things working differently. They were going to go into the Elliott waves, and they were going to go. I'll show you guys this. Give me a second. He had it going here. So we would come down, retest the 280 mark, and then we'd have these two large moves up to about like 5 to, depending on which line you're trend line you're following. You've got looks like the green one would be about 550. Then he had it going down to about like 490, and then back up. The blue line goes to about 6, bounces down to about 550, and then goes up to 7. Obviously, we want blue, but we'll see what ends up happening here. We're still holding support, though, at 330, which to me looks pretty good. If we lose this, it's not the end of the world. I know people tend to just, they see things go red and then they psychologically can't, hold it together. They think they're going to lose all their money. And in all actuality, it's one of those things where I'm just looking on. Looks like the MACD is crossing over here on the 1 minute. So we should see a little bit of recovery, or at least that consolidation in this area. I would just show you my oscillator real quick. So, oops. looks different ones. Yeah, so the MACD, see right here, we've been oversold for a while. Like they're basically just bleeding off. Like maybe somebody's exiting a position, and then we're about to cross over right here. What I'm looking for though is I think these guys are going to try to bleed it out as long as possible, and then they're just going to allow these pops up to cover some of these shares eventually. The goal for them is they want to make sure that if they can not cover, they're going to try to do that. But eventually, the cost to borrow gets so high, and I mean, it happened last time on the same stock. If you go back, let's see, Just Investor. All right, let me see if we can get this in here. Let's see. Pull up the history. So let's go back to, for example, on the daily. All right, so just to show you guys something. All right, so this was the all-time low right here. It was 142. The balance sheet was different, though, back then. They had far less shares, so that price made a little more sense. Now that we have, like, I think it's 62 million shares outstanding, that wouldn't make sense anymore because we have more shares. That means that if we drop down that low, our market cap would only be about like 89 million. And we have a balance sheet that has at least 135 million in assets, like current assets, which I always stress, which I know a lot of people don't know what that means, but essentially what it means is that a current asset is cash, inventory, or it is like accounts receivable, like money that should be coming in at some point, or it can be, for example, like I think special interest stuff that they have, like, you know, income that's going to be coming in at some point down the line. Let's see. So what I was going to show you guys was this. So we started climbing up here. Basically, they were bleeding, boom, hit a spring, and now they're starting to go up. And that's kind of what I think we're going to do. It's going to be slow, but this is the one I think we're going to be covered, or sorry, should be kind of following more to what we're going to do. So I'll go to the daily chart real quick, and I think this is the part that I think is super interesting for us. So here, shorts got super greedy, pushed it down. It looks like they had earnings here. They wanted to just kill it. They were going to kill the stock, and then boom, retail figured out where they were and what they were doing, and retail started going in hard. And you can see they started buying up positions. The volume slowly starting to increase, and then all of a sudden here, you now have an issue because I think the float was tiny back then. I think the float, if I remember correctly, was like 15 or 20 million. It was something tiny. So retail actually had some power there. And so what ended up happening was it made these shorts get squeezed out of their position, and then it quickly, like, I mean, you can see these are just daily candles. You at one point had this day where you had 250 million. That was the high. This is where they're covering. And then what ended up happening was High Trail, who was the lender, started issuing stocks out around this time frame. It should have been like around August. So High Trail around this time got those shares and started bleeding them onto the market as soon as they could. And that's what this huge down bar was. Retail started bailing out because they weren't sure what was going on. They saw there was warrants and shares being diluted onto the market, so the price was going down, and then the short interest was also changing. So retail didn't quite understand how that worked, and they would look at their Ortex and go, well, how could this happen? Like, we know there's shorts, what's going on here? How can we be going down and our data is going down on Ortex? And Ortex actually had made a mistake around that same time, and they had, I think they didn't change the float, or it was something I had to write them about, and I was like, explain to me why you're not updating this information. They're like, well, we haven't cleared it with the SEC. I'm like, you don't have to. It's already been published. Like, there's nothing to confirm. Like, you guys just have the numbers wrong. But at that point, it was too late. Damage was done. Everyone started thinking that, the stock was done, and so it fell from like 16 down to, what was this, 10 in the same day. And the volume wasn't even that much if you look at it. Like, but they basically just started shorting the hell out of it because they actually got shares. So once they got access to shares and warrants, they were able to just push the price down so hard. Retail kind of rallied around it. They were like, okay, we're gonna run up again. This was actually just FTDs here though. So this was all the FTDs that had piled up in this area. This was a secondary spike on FTDs. And at that point, they were getting diluted, and that's when we started just running down. And I started writing DDs around this area, I think right around here. I think on the second run. And at that point, I hadn't quite followed. Like, it was one of those things, everything was moving fast because I think once it was 10, it then jumped back up to 16. I hadn't even dove into like the balance sheets at that point. I just started like, buying with everyone else. I had sold out actually around like 15 just because I thought that was a good enough profit for me. And I think it was around the same time. Let's see. Yeah, so I took some profits there, and then I started entering back when it was like really in this area consolidation. And I thought we were going to have another secondary spike up because we were on reg show. And that's when it never happened. Like, we ended up being on reg show, went up, and then they just shorted it down. And earnings came out. We actually beat on earnings, and they pushed it all the way down. And then, we bled. And this is where I thought the spring was. We went all the way down to this, like, this was current asset current asset prices. If you did the market cap calculations, it was exactly to the T 246. I think it was 245 or 246. We bounced right off that level, came back up, and we started doing it. The market was starting to recover. Everything was good. And that's when Bullard made that comment about we were going to have to be super hawkish. And then Russia started talking and building up forces. And then Russia invaded. And then fourth quarter earnings came. We started running up because their earnings weren't that bad, and we got shorted down. And then boom, we finally hit the spring of the low of 210, and then we just started kind of moving back up. And then this is when the DD hit right about on this Friday, I think it was. Was that right? Was that the Friday? Maybe. I don't know. But it was around that time frame, and then what ends up happening is it's weird talking to yourself. I'm trying to do a good job with this, but it's kind of weird not talking to somebody on the other end. So let's see. Yeah, here we go. So then we hit this, the spring down here, and then boom, we've kind of consolidated, and this was our first big day up, and now they're trying to basically just kind of chop around and consolidate in this area. And if you actually drew it out, you would probably be starting to form some sort of pennant, and then we'll take another leg up is my guess, because they're going to have to start dealing with all this increased interest. The greatest thing for us right now is if we can get more people interested at least. I think it's an interesting opportunity for some investors, because the downside risk is pretty low. If you think about if current asset prices are at 246 roughly for market cap, and we're sitting here at 330 right now, that's a pretty asymmetric, bet that's happening, because your downside's pretty limited. They have enough cash to get through. They're not going out of business. And what's going to end up happening is if enough retail traders look, I mean, we only have a float of 28 million. To lock up 28 million, it's like $5,000 a person for like 20,000 people. There's 100,000 on short squeeze according to Reddit. Probably my guess would be nowhere near that or active, but Aterian's got about almost 9,000 members now. And if this starts spreading around, people see what's going to draw interest is when the stock moves up. And that's always retail's thing, that whenever the stocks move up, that's when retail FOMO's in. And it's not how you should trade things. You want to buy things when they're undervalued, not overvalued, but that's not how retail works. They think they're going to miss out on the next big play, and they just run and throw money at things at the top, and then they always go, well, how did that happen? And it's like, did you look at the RSI? Did you look at like any of the indicators? No. Do you even have any of those on your phone or your computer? So the reason why we started the Discord was I want to try to help people understand some of this stuff and try to help them become better traders. I know when I came in the market, it was, I thought I knew I was doing for a couple years, and I'd learned from my grandfather, but I never actually day traded, and mainly I just kind of was a fundamental investor. Kind of looked at balance sheets with him, and we went over things. He bought ExxonMobil, Smuckers, like Procter and Gamble, like blue chip stocks. That's what I'm used to trading. And then when I started, doing it on my own, I did buy Tesla when it was super cheap. I think I bought it at like 50 or 60 a share. And then I think I bought Amazon at like 500 a share or something like that. Because I just understood those companies and what they were doing, and so Amazon was risky, or sorry, Tesla was risky at the time because they were a small business. But I was like, you know, I I think there's something here, and people seem to really like Musk, and it was pretty early on. And I just said, I'm going to take a flyer on this because I knew they were doing stuff with solar also. And I thought, there's a moneymaker right there, putting all those solar panels on roofs. If they can get that thing to be nice looking and also collect energy, it kind of all fits together in a nice system. He's also talked about HVAC. So, I bought some of that, and have done very well with those particular trades. Another one I liked was IIPR, which was basically they were a REIT that dealt with marijuana growers and marijuana facilities. And I thought because they had legalized it, that was an interesting opportunity. I bought that at the IPO for like, I don't know, like $10 or something like that, or whatever it was, like 15, $10. And then it went up to like, I think $200 or $300 a share. So I try to look at, what a company does, where they can make money. And, I think for Aterian, it's an interesting thing because they're kind of like in this space right now where they're like an e-commerce retailer, but I think they can do other things because they have right now an interesting thing where retail is actually interested in like interacting with them. Like I've had a conversation with, the what's it called, the investor relations through email, and I've talked to them and said, listen, like you guys have a lot of people that are interested in your products, and have you thought about actually talking to retail about what we want? It's kind of like you guys are small enough, you can pivot, you can do other things. Like maybe you should try to find things that we really want. So I mean that's something that we propose to them, and we will find out if they're down to. I think they told us in the email last time we tried contacting them that they're in a SEC cool down period, so they can't talk to us about that. But eventually, what we'd like to do. Oh, congrats, Bingo! By the way, I just saw you saying you just bought some Aterian. But yeah, I was gonna say, I think they've got a possibility because what's going to happen is this: when the shipping rates get back to normal, their business model will get back to normal too, and so they won't be bleeding as much as they were. The reason why they were shorted down, and there was a legitimate reason for it, when they were $48 a share, and then the China thing happened, the shipping with COVID and the shipping, like their costs went up astronomically, and they were not set up for that. Like they were already kind of exposed with M&A, and because they just bought a couple new companies. It's my opinion, some of them they might have overpaid for, and so they were stretched thin. And then when the shipping crisis happened, that was not something they had built in. So they got in cash trouble really quickly. So it made sense to short them down. Where I had the issue was when shorts pushed the price down past current assets. That's where I was like, you know what? That's dirty, because now at this point, like, sure, and you can discount the balance sheet. There are things, for example, like their AI software, like the value on that is debatable. But at the same time, when you start saying, okay, well, we've got 80 million inventory, even if you discounted like half of that, and then you also had cash, accounts receivable, when you started pushing down past those numbers, that doesn't make sense anymore fundamentally. Now I can see that you guys are just trying to put this company out of business, and it's, so just looking at the chart, just to let you guys know, looks like there has been some buying pressure here. It looks like they're, either, somebody's starting to buy in, or shorts are trying to just trickle up a little bit. What they'll do is they'll short it down because it's easy to push a stock down, especially when there's no volume. And we're getting like no volume right now. So they'll push it down easily, and then they will just kind of buy some back. So they can push it down for, couple thousand shares, 100,000 shares, and then they'll kind of cover some up. Either that, or I'm not tracking order flow. So let me see if anybody in the Discord is tracking order flow. Hold on a second. All right. Thank you, Kenny. I don't know if you're listening, but thank you. Let's see. We got monitor over. Everyone's doing good. What is going on here today? Reading through. Oh, these are old. Okay. So, Pat Tat said that he was looking at, he thinks things are going to go into a cup and handle eventually, and we will run, wow, well, he's got a nice bold prediction. Let's see if that happens. It was basically a cup and handle that had us running into like the 40s, but we'll see. Everyone's got main trading floor. Somebody asked for me. Let me just see what they said. Okay. Kenny was plugging, I guess, the YouTube. Thanks, Kenny. Let's see. How many people we got in here now? I've never done this before. Wow, we got 33 people. Oh, wait, I need to actually read what you guys are saying in here. Okay, let me go back up. I gotta figure out. Okay, so Kenny, Rob. Okay. Link in the stream. Listening and learning. Called my broker. They said cash account. Yeah, so according to most brokers, cash accounts are not supposed to be lent out. They have some sort of thing. What I found, though, was apparently they have clauses in them. Like, every broker's got these clauses that you sign up when you say, yes, I want to trade on your platform. And one of their clauses is, like, we can basically do anything we want with your money. And as long as we have the money to back it up through, like, insurance or through, like, cash, we can do whatever we want with your shares, because they're our shares, really. You're just borrowing them. So the reason why most brokers, and this is why a lot of retail gets this confused, is when you buy a share on your brokerage, that share is technically the broker's, not yours. You have an IOU for it, but that share is not in your name. That share is in the brokerage's name, and they were just allowing you to hold it for a cash value. What ends up happening, though, if you DRS your shares, those shares go directly into your name. And that's how most stocks used to be held until these brokerages got big, and then they started kind of playing games. So when I was growing up, my grandfather had gotten us literally stock certificates that we had. And then he eventually moved on because he was a pretty sophisticated trader. He eventually had actually DRS'd the shares electronically. So I had computer share way before computer share was cool with GameStop. Like, I legit had computer share filings coming to me from when I was 6 years old, and he had bought me some stocks until now. And so I actually at one point transferred all my stuff out of computer share because I thought they were this antiquated old program that, it was hard to buy and sell things. I had to talk to somebody, and turns out that was actually the right way of actually doing it, because they can't touch your shares, they can't short them, they can't make money off them. So and the shares are actually in your name. It makes things a little bit interesting. It looks like Mike had said on YouTube the borrow fee is now up to 60%. That's good. I want them to bleed. Make it 100%. Make it 300%. Because honestly, these guys got greedy, and it's going to show. We're going to go ahead and, Yeah. So if you look right here, you can see right now we're just doing this area of consolidation. If you wanted to draw this out, it looks like we're going to basically be in this thing, and then at some point, maybe it's tomorrow, we're going to either pop up or down. My guess is they're going to try to push it down either today or tomorrow hard. You know, I know everyone was like, "Oh, T+3, it's going to be today. It's going to be today." It doesn't have to be today. Like, one thing I learned about the market is whenever, and especially actually with GameStop, whenever people had been like, "It's gonna happen today," I'm absolutely certain on it. I learned real quickly. It doesn't actually mean they can kick the can so many different ways. They can take it like these exemptions. They've got a million different loopholes they can do to not do the right thing. And so what you have to get used to is, okay, all that matters is I know the numbers. I know they haven't covered because we can see that. We can see the Ortex numbers. We can see the daily numbers that we track. So what ends up happening then is we just have to wait for them to go, this isn't happening. We can't get them to sell. At some point, the FTDs will start piling up. They'll get on reg show, and then they're just going to have to pop because they don't have a choice. Like, they're going to have to, like, at some point, they can kick the can a lot, and with a microcap, that's fine. They can do that. But what's going to end up happening down the line is they're going to sit there and they're going to go, it's not worth it anymore. Like, we made a lot of money pushing the stock down from 48 and then from 20 and then from 16 down to 2. They made a lot of money on that. At some point, it just doesn't become worth it. If they can't shake retail and we stick and we like the stock, they're going to end up having to buy back. And what they'll do is, don't worry about them. They'll be fine. They'll just go long. They'll buy up call options and buy bullish puts, and they will send the stock much higher so they can make some of the money that they lost shorting back. But they made a lot of money overall. And like, the goal eventually would be for them to probably put the company out of business. What's going to end up happening, though, is because they pushed them down so short and they basically just got greedy, they have now given up Aterian an opportunity. They got pressed. They are going to get, like, retail's interest. And at some point, if they do squeeze and move up, they'll probably do some sort of offering, whether it's, hitting those warrants at 25, or even, if it's in the high teens, or even the 30, who knows where they would do it. But I'll just tell you this. I know that's a worry for a lot of people. It's like, okay, well, the company could, at any point, because AMC did it, GameStop did it. This company's small, and they are mainly owned by retail investors. And I know they're smart, and they'll probably go, well, at some point they do have to make sure they take some cash because they need cash. This is a company that really is cash struggling, and they need to be able to raise some cash. But once they raise that cash, they're going to be in a lot better spot on their balance sheet. They can probably resume M&A. If you don't know what M&A is, it's mergers and acquisitions. So they're going to be able to, at some point, start doing what they were doing before, which is growing and expanding. And that's kind of their, Amazon for years was not profitable. Amazon for many, many years basically was losing money. And people used to joke, and they're like, this company just bleeds money, does nothing but bleed money. And then they built up a bunch of, customers, and then they just turned on the money switch, and they're like, okay, we're going to sell Prime, we're going to sell all these little things, we're going to start charging a little bit more per item. And then they were just generating billions of dollars, and then now they're worth, like, we can look at their market cap if you want, but they're worth a lot of money. I think they're number 2 in the world now, behind Apple. I'll double check, but anyway, Aterian's in the phase right now where they're just trying to survive, because obviously their cash is, their biggest issue is they're bleeding because of the shipping costs and the logistics costs of their business. But if they had enough cash, what they would end up doing is they would probably start seeing if they can open things in the U.S. so it's not so dependent on China, because that would be a smart play. spend a little bit of money building up a factory or some sort of thing in the U.S. so they're not completely dependent. And then the other thing they could do is they could go through and they could actually, acquire some things that would make sense to their business. That might be even more profitable, bring in more revenue, start charting that, EBITDA like positive. That's the sort of thing you can do with cash. Like, you can make a lot of moves when you actually have some money in your pocket. And so what these shorts will end up doing probably is giving this company a second chance, kind of like GameStop and AMC. AMC was a mess. Like, if you look at their balance sheet, they were billions of dollars in debt. And so what they ended up doing was they've been able to turn these ATMs, which killed squeezes for AMC. I mean, I was not super happy with Adam Aron because I thought they did it way too low. Like, that AMC was literally about to pop. And I know he has connections on Wall Street, and my guess is they came to him and they were like, dude, you can't let this run. And he issued out an ATM right when it was about to pop. Like, 70 was going to go higher. And they started issuing that ATM into it, at the money offering, and it killed the squeeze. GameStop did a very similar thing, except for theirs was a little bit higher. So they raised billions, but they eliminated all their debt. AMC still has debt, but they were so much better now than they were. Like, AMC was a mess, and honestly, I only touched it because it was like a sympathy play to GameStop, and I had a couple options that I bought back in like January, February, and they were a year out, so I just held them. Was able to get out on that. Like, I think I sold around like 60 for the options, and made some money on it, and then I re-entered back when it dipped down to like, I don't know, whatever, I think it was like 17 or something like that. I bought back in a little bit there, but I still think they're being supported basically by, I don't know, they're calling themselves anymore the AMC community. They used to call them apes. I guess they don't call them apes anymore, or maybe they do. ATM, just, I don't know if I'm lower on this, but ATM is at the money offering, and it basically allows your company basically has a shelf. So something that you have to learn about stocks is all these companies have what's called a shelf, and it's the ability to raise money. And so when they issue a shelf, what they end up doing is they say, okay, eventually someday we may need these shares and we may need some cash. So we're willing to put these shares out on the market, and then we'll sell them whatever the stock price is at. We will sell them at that level. The other difference of dilution that can happen is warrants can be issued. And then you also have private equity like we just had with Aterian. Those are a little bit different. You're welcome, Rick. Is it Riri or Rii? How do you pronounce that phonetically? Oh, and thanks, Christopher. I was going to say that's cool. Yeah. So, like, here's the thing. I was in AMC. I was in GME. I still have positions in both. I do believe that Aterian is going to be the next one that kind of pops off. And I know everyone's like, oh, you can't, this is a distraction from these other two. Listen, those other two have been, in this kind of limbo state for a long time. Nobody wants, no big institution wants MOAS to happen, because it basically would confirm what everyone already knows, which is the stock market is not meant for retail traders. It's meant for the big guys. And they naked short all the time. They have a million different loopholes that they can use, and they can just bully prices wherever they want because they have so much money. And honestly, it would prove that it's manipulated. And if MOAS happens, it proves that the U.S. equity market for years has been a huge problem, and it's rigged. It's rigged for the rich. And so what ends up happening then is how many lawsuits do you have? Because if you lost money in the market and it was rigged, every single investor in the entire world would have a case against the stock market. So they don't want that to happen ever. And one of my theories that was not popular on GameStop was that, if anything, this is going to turn into a Tesla situation where they can't admit that they naked shorted and that these things were out of control. So what they end up doing is they end up covering in waves and then sending the stock higher naturally, so it looks like it's not just naked shorting and, you know, covering essentially. So it gives them to say, oh, you know, these shorts had to cover, that's why the stock's higher. And what happened was Elon, every single time that happened, he just issued more or an ATM to, and he would dilute his shares. But you know, he knew that these guys, every time they did a stock split or every time they did it, they would have to then cover X amount of dollars. And that's actually smart of what GME did. GME's price was too high. GameStop's price has been high, and it's made it where retail can't buy those shares as frequently. You know, for a lot of retail investors, they might be able to buy one or two a week when it was at 200 a share. Well, if you split that up 20, you know, 20 to 1, that's a lot more affordable. And it also, when they do those splits, shorts have the same ratio. So if you were short, you know, 26 million on GameStop, all of a sudden a 20 to 1 split, you're now 20 times the 26 million. And now retail can afford to buy shares again, so it ends up squeezing them out. That's what basically Tesla did. Tesla, when they split these, you know, times, and you've noticed it's gone up before, it's because retail can afford the shares again. They keep buying them, and these shorts keep getting squeezed out in waves, essentially. So that's what I could see with GameStop personally. Like, I know that's not a popular opinion, but I just think I try to be pragmatic about how I approach a lot of these things. Like, MOAS would mean basically the end of the system as it exists right now. And I don't think anybody wants to see that, at least not on the upper end. Of course, all of us go, this is a rigged market. We don't have a shot, you know. But those guys have all the power right now because they can buy politicians. And until eventually U.S. politicians go, you know what, the people really don't like this. Gary Gensler said that 95% of all retail trades never hit the lit exchange. 90 to 95%. Like, that's insane. Like, that means you go to your stockbroker, you say, I want to buy Aterian because you think it's going to start helping the buy pressure, and it never hits the exchange. They just wash it out into dark pool or off exchange transaction, and your shares never help push that price back up. What ends up happening eventually, though, is FTDs will start building up, and that's probably what's going to happen with Aterian. It will not, unless Aterian stockholder or shareholders start buying like in the money options that these market makers have to like delta hedge. That's the only way that they're going to get some buying pressure, because like if you buy a share, it's never going to hit the exchange and show up. It will just be washed out, and then so sells will count because, you know, it just depends on what they're doing with the stock. If they want to push the stock down, all they have to do is bid slam, short. They've got like a short exempt, which is a market maker's special tool. So anyone that doesn't know this, short exempt status basically allows them to short anytime they want. They don't have to locate shares, and it's something that market makers get a secret privilege to do, and they can literally just short whenever they feel like it. They don't have to locate a share. They don't. Well, I mean, it doesn't like to be honest with you, no one here is locating shares. I can tell you that right now. They're shorting and they're not locating shares. Like, we've got a float of 28 million on this stock, and they keep borrowing millions a day. Nobody's locating shares. Like, I can absolutely guarantee you that this right now is not on the up and up. Like, the amount of shorting that's happened on this stock does not equal what the actual short interest really is. Like, it's much higher than what's being reported. And that happened the first go around. They've been able to basically use naked shorts to push down, and eventually when retail sells out, they'll cover some of those. And so the key for them is, you know, whenever retail would bail out, they would cover some of those naked shorts, and then they would use some more to drive down the price. And that's the constant cycle. And that's why when you look at like a daily chart, you have this huge spike and then just bleeding. And they would use naked shorts all throughout here, get the price down, all of a sudden somebody covers and then push the price down, cover, push the price down, cover, push the price down, cover, push the price, and that's how they do it. Like they can easily push, and because retail only looks at the price, because they're losing, hundreds of thousands of dollars at a time, they just sell, and that causes more selling pressure, and then so it's just like it's a tool they get to use, and it's not fair, it's not what it should be, but at the same time it is what it is. So here we are, we finally hit the spring area, we've had a couple movement, days of movement. What I'm expecting to see is probably about 10 million in volume is my guess for the day, based off of where we're at. Maybe if we can get some pickup in the afternoon. We got about 4 hours left. So let me see. We're at 6 million now, so that means, I could see that happening about 10 million, like maybe slightly more, maybe 11. So our volume has died down. So that means at this point right now, someone asked a question. Sorry. Can shares sold short be opened and closed immediately? Can shares? So yes. So what they can do is they can. Let me just pull up the more like 1 minute mark. Okay. They can influence the price in like certain aspects. So they can open and close a short position quickly and start trying to like what's called bid slam. So bid slam is when you slam a bunch of shares. Sorry, you basically start flooding the bid side and trying to lower the price rapidly. So you're just willing to sell, and you can also take long shares. So for example, what sometimes these guys do is they'll buy back, a couple 100,000 shares at a time, and they're going to hold them. And then at certain moments, they're going to flood the market with sell orders of those shares. And they don't care what price they're getting because they're trying to move down the price of the stock. So, for example, like this right here. So they were bleeding off. This was probably just a little bit of shorting. And then here, they're trying to like kind of shake out things. So what they do is they might say, okay, we're going to send 30,000 shares all at once. I don't care what price we're going to get. Just get them to go as low as possible. So, when you start doing that, it rapidly moves down the price. And so that's why you see these waterfalls at times. See right here, they moved out. Now, not all of this is sell pressure. Each bar has buy and sell, but it's more selling than buying. That's how you read these. So at least on the Weeble one, actually any volume bar, if you see a red bar like this, it could have been 60% sells and 40% buys, but it's showing you as a big red bar, and the volume for that candle was about 130 something. So they moved a large amount of shares right here in the attempt to try to break through this support level, this 330 support level, and they didn't get it. It bounced off of it. And so what they're going to do again is they're going to kind of chop around, and there'll be some consolidation. They're going to try to cover some shares in this area, and eventually, what's in rapid succession? Can shares be sold in rapid succession? So they're also selling the bid opposed to the ask, which effectively walks exactly. So what ends up happening is, and you can do the other side too. You can what's called slap the ask. And that's a play on slap the ass. But you slap the ask, and it means you raise the price very rapidly because you don't care what, if you can get the share cheaper, you just want to get the shares as fast as possible. So if you want to raise the price of a stock very, very quickly, you can just sit there and slap the ass, slap whatever. I don't care. Just give me all the shares. Give me all the shares. Give me all the shares. And you'll send great big, green, as they're called, right? Green bars straight up. Like when we saw, for example, on Monday. Let's go back to Monday. Let's do like a 30-minute. So these right here, right? Let me move to the 1 minute on that, right? Is that Monday? No, I need to do this. Oops. Can I go back that far? Hopefully. All right, so right here. So we opened, it dipped down, and then right here, they had to actually cover or hedge. So because somebody opened up this right about here and put in, I think it was like a couple $100,000 worth of like call in the money call options, the market maker immediately started to have to hedge. So they were like, we need these shares instantly as quick as we can. So they started doing it. We ran all the way up to, what was it, 371 that day. So they also, what they were doing was they were getting people to actually, options obviously went from like no IV to super high. And, options get really, really expensive at that point when you start hitting these peaks, because you're not sure that your volatility is spiked hugely at that point. So here's that day. And then obviously this is start. If you guys know Wyckoff, this is a very good chart to kind of understand. So Wyckoff means we hit these peaks, we went a little bit higher, and then this right here is called distribution. So they're taking money at this point. So they run these up in little waves, and they start actually selling. So all these little things right here, they sell, they let people buy back in, they let people buy back in, they sell, let people buy back in, sell, buy back in, sell, buy back in, sell, and then this is when people started taking real profits right around this area, because this is where retail was like, oh, we got to get out of here. So retail started selling, and then consolidation, sell, and then we end the day. So this is where they took their profits, and these were day traders and swing traders and momentum traders. They saw the volume, they came running in. This is when they take their profit towards the end of the day. It's very normal. So in the afternoon, you see them start to take their profits, and then by the end of it, we were down another like 15%. Because I think at one point we were up 60%, and then we finished the day at like 46%. So that was profit taking from the momentum traders, and they're not back yet. I mean, at this point, they haven't seen enough volume for Aterian, because what they're doing is they're swinging it. So we hit a high pre-market of like 4. We opened up that morning, and then boom, we got like nailed down. And then we ended up, though, finishing, I believe, like up 6% that day. That was Tuesday. Wednesday, we were down this day. So came back up at one point. Is that right? This is Wednesday, 4-6. Yeah, it was yesterday. And we actually, we still finished at 341, but we were down at one point a lot more. We were pretty severely red. I think we were down like 14% at some point. And now today we're just kind of chopping around. Like, I mean, at this point, buy in, they sold off. Now we're just kind of chopping around this area. This is support right here. And we bounced off it once. We'll probably consolidate. They'll try to push it back down. They might cover a little bit more. But I'm expecting today to basically just be like a sideways day. They're going to, they may have kicked the can down the road for these T plus whatevers. Oh, you want to go over the ask? What was it? Do you know what the catalyst was that caused ATER's big run-up last year? So this is actually interesting. So ATER's big run-up last year came on very low volume. It kind of looked like it was just getting pushed up by, I don't know who pushed them up. Somebody, maybe it was a hedge fund, maybe it was a long. Somebody pushed them up, because what you can see, and this is kind of how I discovered there was some like kind of fuckery going on. Let me pull up this chart real quick for you guys. Okay. So let me zoom out a little bit. That's because we're on the 1 year. We need to go back a little bit further. Try weekly. Okay. So here's 142. Here's 48, right? Do we have OBV in? It's not on this one. What I can do is I can edit some studies, I think. So we have on balance. So we need to add, if anyone has ever played in this, it's a nice tool. We can add money flow. Oops. We can add money flow. That means how much money's coming in. Where is And I can put it up here with the OBV. And then we can also do ADL. It's accumulation distribution right here. Add selective, and we can move that onto the same line. All right, so if we hit apply, I want to see that in a different format. Let me see if I can change that. I don't want to see it as that. I want to see it as a line. Here we go. And we'll make consolidation. Let's make it green. Actually, you know what? Let's make money flow green. That makes more sense. Money flow will make green. And OBV, let's see, which is on balance volume, if for anyone that's curious. OBV, let's make that, yeah, let's keep it white. That's gray. White. Okay. Because that should stand out. All right. That's really good for now. All right. So if you look right here, what you actually see is there's very little money flowing into the stock, and that's unusual. Normally what you would see, hold on, let me get YouTube back up so I can make sure I answer questions for you guys. Okay, so see this indicator right here. Blue is your accumulation distribution. Maybe, should we change that color? I don't know if I like that. Let me change that color. I don't know why I have an issue with it being blue, but wait, OBV. Okay, accumulation. Let's make that one like purple or something. Something that's like kind of stands out a little more. Let's see if that works. Okay. And then we need to change. Let's make it yellow. All right. So what we will see if we zoom in is ADL, when it was going up, ADL basically tracks, let's see if I can describe this the right way. I'm not really, I'm kind of teaching on the fly. So basically, I think ADL ignores, if I remember, volume, and it only tracks price. Whereas OBV actually accounts for volume and money flow just as money coming in. So as you can kind of see, right down here, it's just, what's that? That's like $8. So if we zoom out a little bit further, just so we can kind of get a good sense of, this is on the weekly for anyone wondering. So right around here, you notice that the ADL starts creeping up, right? So this ADL starts creeping up with the price. So the price is rising, but there's not a lot of volume, which is actually pretty interesting. So it might have been like a hedge fund just walking it up, being like, well, nobody's stopping me, so let's push this up. Nobody, maybe there's good news going with it. And so they pushed up the price. And then right around here, this would have been December, right? December 2021. It kind of was just at this level. And then all of a sudden, the price started, it's saying that the price went down, but it didn't actually go down. The price of the stock went up when the ADL was actually going down, which is kind of counterintuitive. The volume still remained very low on this until it started kind of coming around here when it started getting shorted down. And at these levels, this is all pretty much like, this is where these all should be together. This is an anomalation that I don't quite understand. Somebody had walked it up and somebody had started walking it back down. So I think there's been hedge fund kind of fuckery happening for a long time. Like somebody wanted to make some money on it, This is where things got interesting, though. So as this company is getting shorted down, shipping crisis probably hits around like this area right here. They start getting nailed by all these things. Well, what ends up happening then is it gets pushed down, all the way down to here where they hit the spring. And that's where retail kind of caught interest again, because this, the share prices were super low. They don't know anything about how all this works. So they just saw that this stock used to be $50, almost $50 a share. Now it's like two. Let me, $3 a share. Let me go ahead and buy it, because they don't know any difference. They don't read a balance sheet most of the time. So look what happens though right here when retail starts figuring out what's going on. So they hit the spring, and the $3, I think it was 304 was the spring, and then they start buying in on this week. And what ends up happening is shorts have been naked shorting this all the way down. And so now they're having to kind of scramble, because the float was tiny. It was like 15, 20 million for a float. So they were able to lock up the entire thing very quickly when they actually got some volume. It wasn't even that much until here. This is where retail really went in hard on them. And then, as you see, this was the big volume thing, and it had gone all the way up to $19 a share. And then, this is, I think, the secondary bounce, because if we go back to the daily, yeah. So but look at this. So this white indicator and this purple indicator right here, you notice how they go up, and everything's going up together, right? When all this stuff's going nuts, it goes there. But then what happens is the ADL starts going down again, which means that the price is just free falling. But if you actually look at the money coming in and you look at the volume coming in, we were actually going up at this point. So this is where I think there was a lot of naked shorting happening, because they're driving the price down, but retail still buying in. So you have this divergence here, right? That's like, oh my God, what's happening? Now, throughout this whole thing, because we're watching the OBV over a course of time, and it's not a perfect indicator, it's not like the best, but oh yeah, we're definitely staying in. We're down 5 cents, not even 5 cents right now. Nothing much is happening. So I'm just kind of explaining what I think has happened to this stock. So this is where I believe the naked shorts got out of hand. They needed to push this price down badly. They had this day of 250 million 250 million volume on a stock that had a 30 million share float. That's pretty insane. Like, think about those numbers. You've got a float of 30 million shares, and you have 250 million in volume for one day. Like, crazy. So what ends up happening then is these guys start naked shorting like this, because they don't have these shares to cover yet. They don't get the shares until about I think middle of September. So this whole thing right here, this drop, this is caused by naked shorting, because they didn't actually get the shares until about here-ish. That's when High Trail released all those shares onto the market and then started just bleeding off. But you saw retail was still buying in at this point, because this is basically indicating an increase in volume, which means that it's usually caused by retail traders. Institutions were not doubling down at this point. Retail traders were the only ones that were like, let's do this. So the money's flowing into the stock. That's the green bar. The white bar is volume, OBV, on balance volume. It's tracking like volume and price. And basically what it's doing is it's basically showing you that retail's still in. They're not leaving in like massive droves. And you can see every time it turns green here for a couple days, you see a spike. There's a little bump up in each indicator. You see the price starts moving, and then they short it back down. Naked shorting. Price moves back up on earnings. They have to naked short a huge amount here, because retail's still holding and retail's still in. So they've now pushed this price down again with naked shorts. And now they've been basically just bleeding it out for months. Like, it's literally been, I think, since, what was that, November, December of last year. Mainly this, though, that earnings right there, they were not anticipating an earnings beat. So they ended up having to have an immediate short to push that price down and get retail out of there. So for this entire time right here, you have retail that's just been dormant, dead. You see the volumes just non-existent. You might have a couple days here where FTD spiked, and then they basically killed the stock. nobody was looking at it except for us. You know, we're in here just kind of looking at things, and that's when you start seeing them getting super greedy because they keep just pushing down the price of the stock, pushing down the price of stock until it hits that low of like 210, and that's when. And we thought actually it would go down even further. I mean, you joke with Tarifa, but he was always saying 142, and that was a possibility. It didn't make sense on the balance sheet because 142 would. Hold on, I just saw that people are writing. Okay, you just tuned. Yeah, yeah, we're definitely staying in the stock. What are the chances the market maker keeps the price at the same level until the warrants can be active? We will be waiting. It's going to happen now. It's going to happen now. Just wait, except for us. Yeah, so basically what's going to end up happening is this. The cost to borrow is going to start increasing. And the cost to borrow, because I think they have more shares than they actually are claiming to have. Like, they're going to have probably about 10. My guess is I think the next data drop is the 15th, if I can remember correctly. It comes out on the 15th and like the 28th, I think, are the two dates that FINRA drops the like snapshots of the bi-monthly short exchange reported short interest. So what ends up happening then is we're going to go through and we're going to say, hey, listen, like, I think the last report was 9 million. Well, I can pull up the actual number. Let me see what the last FINRA report was. Here we go. Okay. The last report was on data for March 15th, and it went 9 million and 4,000. So 9.04 was the reported short interest. My guess would be that we're going to be around 10 million, which is going to be about 40-something% of the float. That would be my guess for the 15th when they put that report out. I don't think. Let me see. Am I holding anything that can show my identity on this window? Because I can bring over the Ortex numbers so you guys can see it. Yeah, there's something there. Let me do this. Let me see if I can log in on another browser that may not have. Try to do this. You're going to have to bear with me for a second. I'm going to try to log in real quick. And my buddy had actually let me use his Ortex. Craig, if you ever watch this video, thanks. He was in the Marines with me, and we've been talking about stocks for a while, and so he was big into AMC, and we were playing options, and he got kind of burned on some of the AMC options, and I think he's trying to just do the right thing and kind of get back into regular trading, because everybody was excited back then. All of a sudden, you had a $40,000 position, and then you had a $200,000 position the next day when all that stuff was moving around. But it did expose a lot of naked shorting, and it exposed a lot of like retail to, how this all works. Like, this is a side that most people did not really dive into. And let me just do this. Can edit that. I'm just going to bring it over real quick, and I think it's got like a little picture of me. I don't know how I can hide that. Okay, I'll just read you the numbers. Right now, the current Ortex they have for today, I can do this. I can screenshot it. That's probably what we need to do. So I'll go ahead and do this. I will do... They're not reporting exchange reported yet. Utilization has been absolutely 100% since March 8th. It was also at 100% on March 2nd. They got some of those shares from the filing, and then it's been back up to 100% since then. So they've borrowed all the shares that they basically can, but of course they're finding new shares every single day. I mean, they're finding 1.3 million. They returned 70,000 so far for today. So let me go get out of this one so we can see back at what's going on here with Aterian. And I'll screenshot the Ortex data and show you guys. Look, we're back green at least for today so far. We finished yesterday at 341. And I'll cover whatever questions you're asking in YouTube. I just don't have that up yet. Let me see. All right, so I want to look at utilization. I want to see the cost to borrow, because that's skyrocketing right now. I want to see how many shares are on loan, skyrocketing. I want to see, let's see, the free float on loan. I want to see the exchange reported, or exchange reported SI and our estimate. That's getting too crowded, but here we go. Print screen. Hoping you guys can't see all this. I guess I'm going to find out if I reveal my friend. Hopefully not. Let's see. Here we go. Alright, so we're going to crop it. And I'm just going to highlight a couple things so you guys can see it. So this part is important. I'm going to show it to you in a second. Alright, so that's important, and this is important. Change that to yellow. Change this one to purple. And I like utilization in green because I'm just particular about how I look at things. Alright, so I'll save it real quick. Okay, let's put it up over here for you guys. Do I need to close it now and then reopen it? Let's see if I can open it for you guys now and have it look a little better than that. I called it 1-1. Where did I put it? Here we go. Okay. Here's the Ortex data. All right. So we've got right now about 37. This is estimated, but my guess is it's right because they've been trying to push the stock down for the last couple days, and they're shorting more than they have, and that's why all these indicators are going straight up, is because they're borrowing more shares, they're shorting more shares, and the price is still not really dropped significantly from where we were. So they're having to do more, and it's costing them more. So right now, Ortex is guessing about 37.24% of the entire free float is shorted. My guess is it's probably a little higher than that based off of the volume, but Ortex is always like kind of a little bit off. But my guess is it's close to 10 million shares. They've got about 15 million shares out on loan, 15.2, just call it 15.3, and then they borrowed another million shares today. And then the cost to borrow right now has skyrocketed up. So it was at 12 2 days ago. Then yesterday into today, it was like, I think 40. And then someone just said that it went up to 60 today. And I can confirm that in a second. Let me just check real quick. All right. Let me go to Fintel and see what they've got down. Okay, so they have. So looks like the rest of the market's red right now, and we're green. So that's good. All right, here we go. Short interest. Let's pull up this data. All right, so we are still number one on the short squeeze score. We have a ranking of 99.22 of their stuff. It's just a waiting game at this point, guys. Gamma Squeeze score, we are ranked number 9 out of 331 that they're monitoring right now. Right now, they've got about 6,000 shares, they said, on that are available to be lent out, and the cost right now has gone up to 60 for max. So that's not, it's still 40, but they're starting to raise these even more every time they borrow them. So what's going to end up happening is these rates are going to keep going up, keep going up. What you see on, let me go back. Did I close it? No. So when you see these over here, this is not actually the percentage. That's the average. It went up. So like the current cost to borrow, they're saying is 17. I'm looking at some other stuff that on Fintel that's basically saying that they're charging about 40 now. Like I said, Ortex is not perfect. It gives you the information to kind of ballpark it, and then if you can confirm it against other information, it's usually better. So let's see what's going on with Aterian. So right now it looks like they're doing some covering here, or there's some buying. Let me look at the options chains real quick and see if there's anything that's noted, or if anyone in the Discord can pull that for me. Someone mentioned my name in the Discord. Okay. Exactly. Zooming out and trust the play. I'm really liking the live stream vibe. Thanks, Kenny. Just a thought. I've dropped in other live streams, never really felt part of them. This is a chance for us to have a voice. Yeah. Anything you guys want to ask, I'll try to cover over. Let's see. Is this just going to be GME 2.0 where they kick the can down the road forever? So no, the problem with GME, the issue they had was once they ran up and they stayed up, it made it almost impossible for retail to buy in. When GameStop was like $3 a share, people were able to buy up large amounts of shares. I remember hearing about it on Wall Street Bets. I still kick myself because I literally did an eye roll and scrolled past it. I saw Roaring Kitties, their DFE's, like posts, and I was like, that's stupid. That guy's gonna lose money. And I didn't look at it. I just skimmed over it. And then somebody else was talking about it, and they're like, this idiot's investing in GameStop when everything's going digital. And I was like, this guy's so dumb. Let me read this thing. And this is when it had moved up a little bit, because like at that point, Ryan Cohen had just bought it in, and I was like, something's going on here. I need to kind of look into this, because the stock kept moving up, and I didn't quite understand why. And so I think I bought in the like high teens. For a couple shares, and honestly, I took out like a couple $100 position on GameStop, because I was like, well, worst thing that could happen is like I lose a couple $100. But I read the DD and I was like, I think he's on to something here, because it didn't make sense. Institutional ownership was so large. They said they owned more things, and then he's sitting there buying calls and a ton of shares at these low prices, and then all of a sudden we started seeing the short interest, really spiking, and they, then I knew we were on, retail was onto something when Citron came out and was like, we know this is going to go back to like $3 a share. Let us show you why. And that's when I was like, that dude is shady and slimy. And no, Andrew, if you're listening, I'm sure you never will listen to, because I'm not a big like YouTube star. Basically, the way you came off, that arrogant attitude, was the reason why retail got so enamored with GameStop, because when you basically said Reddit's a bunch of idiots, it lit us on fire, especially because Wall Street Bet's a bunch of degenerates that were fine throwing money at anything that moved. You gave them a reason and focused that aim, and it brought all the ape community together. I still think I might have even started the ape thing, or the crayon eating thing, because it was something we kept saying in the Marines, and I kept saying it on Wall Street Bets when I was under my other account, and I'm crayon eating ape, and people started laughing, and then I don't know if I really started or not, but something that stuck when I was in Wall Street Bets around that time. Anyway, so the reason why it can't be GameStop is once GameStop ran up to like, $100, $200 a share, you couldn't buy anything anymore. We had a nice little spike there. They're shorting it down. Let's see. Let's see what the volume looks like. Should probably pay attention more. All right, so it's about like a 30K volume candle so far. Let's take a look. You can see right here they had some selling. They had a little wall right here at 350. So somebody put in an order maybe, or maybe they're just covered, like 25. No, that's gotten bigger now. Okay, so it's now like a 65. No, it was like a 65K candle. That was pretty good. But at this point, they have a sell wall right here. So what they're trying to do, bulls are now trying to like either break through, or maybe it's some covering and they'll just bleed it back down. But they're going to try to hit here and get over VWAP. This right here is VWAP, volume weighted average price. So what you're going to end up seeing is you're going to see them attempt to get over the VWAP. They tried here, failed, and got bled back down, went back down to support, and then now they're going back up. If they can break through VWAP, you're going to have to bring volume for this. So like you're going to need to probably bring at least 50 to 75K in volume on the next couple candles to break through, and then get above that to stay above that. So let's see if they do that. I know everyone gets excited about the green candles. But my guess is they're going to fight this out here, because they're, they do have, I mean, if bulls really wanted to push it, they could get it over. It's just how much buying pressure is there right now. I think retail is still trying to get in for the best price possible, because they're not sure how long this is going to take. And a lot of them are still kind of skeptical about like when this is going to, go off. Is it going to go off? I'm telling you, as long as the cost to borrow fees can keep going up, it's a matter of like time. Like it's not if it goes, it's when. Because at this point, they are going to owe a ton of shares. And there's no possible way with a float of 28 million. And retail already owned a lot of that. I'm telling you right now, we've got guys in our Discord, like Kenny and ATER ATER and some other guys who have like over 100,000 shares. Like they have a third of the amount, and some of them have, close to the amount of the CEO of the company. So we've got retail whales in here with us that have locked up a lot of the float. There we go. It's going over now. So what you'll see now, let me just point this out. So now they're going to move the sell walls. Somebody put in a pretty large order somewhere around here. That's why you see the green flashing on Webull. I don't typically use Webull to trade, but visually it actually kind of looks nice. So that's why I'm kind of keeping the screen up, and I'll just move things over and under. So that was a good amount of volume that came in. Not like a huge amount, but it was the first amount of like buying pressure we've seen in a while, at least today. Like if you look back at the volume candles, you got one in the very beginning of the day. Retail's excited. They all buy in at the beginning of the day and get like the worst prices possible, because that's what we do. And then we basically had them shorting and bleeding it down, and now they're actually having to cover some. Or it's a large buy coming in. Let me see if anybody in the Discord has an option scanner, because I don't track an option scanner. Can you share or text your highlighting there as well, Anon? All right. What part of how long ago was that? Okay. That was like 10 minutes ago. I don't know. Did I cover the Ortex stuff well enough, or okay, so Nifty was asking some questions. I'm not saying I disagree. Is Nifty in here in this Discord? Or not in the Discord, but in the YouTube channel? At Nifty. Are you in the YouTube channel? Because I can explain. Your questions. I'm sorry. I'm probably missing a lot of your questions right now. I've got to pull up the. I'm not quite set up the way I probably should be to make sure I'm like efficiently answering. I think people somehow stream and like watch their OBS or something. Let me see if I can get that. Okay, here I am now trying to. Okay, so I at least have the. Let me go back and see what questions I missed. Okay, we are staying in. It's going to happen now. Just wait, except for us. No, it'll happen to us. Don't worry. All right, so what's going to be interesting here? Remember I don't know if some people heard me talk about this yesterday in the Discord, but basically what I was telling people is, so Monday they had to hedge all these in the money options got put in, and they had to scramble to get these shares because they didn't have them before. So the market maker has to go in, grab all these shares, and then Tuesday, though, they've already gotten the shares. They want to push the price down so they can start de-hedging. What that means is they bought the shares they needed to. Now they want to see if they can push the price down so they don't need as many. So what they'll do is they'll start bleeding off the price once they get over like key levels. So the options chains, this is why the options chains is so important to understand. If you actually look at, for example, the what's it called? The options chains, you'll see how important key levels are, like $3, $3.50, $4, because there's a lot of open and like interest on both sides, on the calls and the puts. Let's see. VNS called something out. Sorry, I'm like ADD anyway, so maybe I should have taken my Ritalin. I do take Ritalin because I do have ADD, but I didn't take it today because I was trying to get YouTube up. And all right, so what we should see with this right now is we should see a back test, and that's why I like trading stocks, because there's like a million things going on all the time. So what you'll see is we push through. Now we should back test the VWAP. So what you'll see is we'll push through the VWAP. We should now see a bunch of selling, and you should see us either break through back down like we did over here. So we broke through, and then they pushed it back down under VWAP. So what we should see is we should see it get pushed up, and then we should either see it bounce off VWAP or we'll see it cut through again. And that way the top then it'll be basically a double top, basically right here-ish for the day, for right now. And it's basically showing you that they're doing this, they're shorting, they're covering, they're shorting, and then we'll just chop. But yeah, I don't think they want to let this run. So we'll see if this holds up and we bounce off VWAP, or because if we bounce off VWAP, we're going to go up even more. And they'll probably try to pin it in like the 370s, 380s for the day. They may let it go up to 4, get some more people to FOMO in the higher options, but they don't want to let this stock run because there's a lot of open interest on this stock. And I don't know if I can show you. Let me see if I can pull up a options chain, because I was trying to explain that was very important, and then I got sidetracked when we saw some volume. All right. Let me see if I can catch up with people that are writing me. I'm invited to a pump server. They've got 90,000 people. I'm going to report you as spam. So because I'm part of a lot of different, like, one of our tickers, we track stock tickers on our Discord. Whenever that goes off, I'm then part of this Discord that other people can write me. So I get all the spam from like anyone that's part of that same Discord. Okay, let me get back into the options chains, and then I'll answer all the YouTube questions in a second. All right. Okay. All right, so let's get in here and take a look. We'll go into... All right, let's go into the options chains. I don't think it has my identity or anything in there, so I think it's okay to show you this. Okay, and then we're going to go to all options, and I can kind of show you guys how I read things. And we're going to cover it up for a second just so we can take a look at the options chain. All right. So on this side right here, this side, we have calls, and on this side we have puts. This is going to be a little confusing because you can have calls that are bullish and you can have calls that are bearish, and you can have puts that are bullish and you can have puts that are bearish, and I don't want to confuse anyone too badly. So for the sake of ease right now, what we'll do is we'll just go ahead and say, okay, most of retail uses calls to be bullish. Now, there are some calls that come in from institutions that are bearish. They're usually the ones that use calls to be bearish. So what we end up doing is we will see this yellow, if you can tell it's yellow, right here is all the stuff that's in the money. That means that at the end of the week, at this point, these are the things that the market maker would owe. So if you do this, today's volume is how many shares are trading inside of these right here. Now, they can open and close in the same day, or they can stay open. You won't know that until the next day when you check the open interest. Open interest, however, is all the people that are still holding as of today. So as of today, there are 53 people that are holding 50-cent contracts. And at this point, they would probably have a delta. I don't know if we can make it show delta on here. I don't see it. Not on this simple. If I looked inside my software, I could actually see what the delta is. But my guess would be the delta is close to 1, if it's not 1 already. So those ones are 100% going to be in the money. The $1 are probably like 90. I don't know, let me see if I can pull it up. Now I'll get annoyed if I don't know the actual numbers. Let me pull up the trade screen. Okay. So the delta on the 50-cent ones is 1. Actually, the delta for every single one of these up to 250 is right now 1. So the market maker thinks that it's changed. As soon as I said that, it changed. Okay. So and it's probably because the stock moved down. Let me see. Yeah, see, the stock moved down, so the delta changed. So when it was up at 354, so we broke down under VWAP again. Now, the bulls may try to push it back up, and we may have a fight at VWAP, but for the most part right now, the MACD's crossed over. The bears are now pushing it down. The shorts are pushing it down, and we will probably have to go either retest the VWAP, or we're just going to hang out right in this channel, like in this back and forth choppiness. Okay. So the reason why the delta changed is because basically, and now they're all flying. The deltas are flying around because they're having like a little fight there. But what's going to end up happening is these will probably be, as the date gets closer, tomorrow basically, they'll solidify as basically one delta of 1, meaning that it's 100% chance it's going to be in the money. This will probably be 100% chance it's in the money. These will be like 98%, 98%, and this is where it starts getting into like, this might be like 92%, and this one might be like 89%, or maybe like 70% by tomorrow, because they're not sure. It depends on where the price goes. But basically what you're doing is you're seeing how many of these will actually be in the money, and that means that these numbers here will have to be already hedged, and they should already be hedged by now. So the market maker has bought enough shares, and that probably happened on Monday, to give at least 90% of these shares. Now, they may start de-hedging depending on a couple things. They may de-hedge because they think retail is not going to exercise those call options. They think retail bought those to basically listen to the DD or to be annoying to them or whatever reason they think. But they don't think that those people will actually exercise them. And they may take a look at their accounts. The brokers may be like, yeah, they're not going to exercise that. So they don't actually have to hedge it. If it's retail, I think something like 10% of all retail actually like makes the market maker give them their shares. So a lot of times what they'll do is they'll de-hedge. And then what happens is, because they de-hedge, it sends the price down because they feel like they don't need those shares anymore. So if retail can somehow surprise them, or, say, okay, we want these shares. But the reason why you don't want to exercise in the middle of the week is because they instantly get to de-hedge those. You almost want to keep them guessing if you want the shares or not. So the reason why we're saying you might want to hold your shares into, none of this is financial advice, but like the reason why you may not, want to, the reason why you want to hold your shares into the close is essentially because it makes the market maker hold those things and not be able to de-hedge them. Though they may have de-hedged them just because you're retail and they don't think you're actually going to want your shares. All right. Anyway, so going back to this. So what will happen now is, see these right here? These are in the money though for puts, and most of these at these price levels are used to drive down the stock. And actually, if you go down a little bit, you'll see there should be high open interest right here in May. So the reason why they buy these ones right here and why these open interests are so high is because they're trying to push down the price. So they don't have the ability to just short for like a 2% borrow fee right now. Their borrow fees are very high. So what they're doing is they're actually buying in the money puts, which instantly makes them basically sell shares onto the market, and it causes downward pressure. So it's like a short, but it's a put instead, and they cost more, and that's why shorts normally don't like to use them. But in this case, because they're running out of shares, what they're doing is they're buying these puts that are really deep in the money in the far away to help drive down the price. So anyway, let's go back to this portion. So what we're going to see is these guys are going to get hedged and de-hedged depending on how close and how far in or out of the money things are. My guess would be, and I think I posted this in my DD yesterday, I drew some black lines on it. If you guys go back and take a look, the black lines were supposed to be where I think the battlegrounds are going to be. It's either going to be at like 290 to 3, or it's going to be at like 350. That's just where I see them trying to keep it. Max pain is 3, so it wouldn't be surprising to me if they tried to really push it down today into tomorrow and then really fight for 3. The market maker wants this to be under 3 because it would burn a ton of call options. So that's something to keep in mind. Max pain happens more often than not, but they're also in a weird situation where they know this is dangerous for them now. Like, shorts and market makers know that they have a lot of interest now growing in this stock. And what's going to end up happening is the more and more this spreads, more and more people see the DD, more and more people that hear about it on YouTube or on Twitter, or the shares are really cheap right now. And that's dangerous for them because if the shares remain cheap and retail starts snagging them up, it may not cause buy pressure now, but it's going to cause FTDs to pile up because they're not going to be able to locate all those shares on a 28 million share float that essentially is already probably locked up. Like, based off the volume we saw on Monday, Tuesday, if retail didn't own the float prior, they own the float now. Like, hands down, retail probably has already locked up the float, because retail probably owned a couple million, I think all we had to do was own 28 million. If you divide that up, it's not that many per person. And there were tons of people who bought in last time that probably held or bag holding, not by choice, but they're just, waiting, because at this point, why take the loss? Like, if the company's not going out of business, just hold on to it, see if it gets back up to the level you bought it at. Some people are at like 9. Can Aterian be at 9 in 2-3 years? Yeah, of course it can. So that's why, for them, they were viewing it as, oh, I'll just hold on to these things. Well, those add up. If you have a couple thousand people that all bought in, maybe have a cost basis of 9, maybe they have like 500 shares from the last run, they just never sold them, and they just are holding them. When you start adding those up across thousands of people, across thousands of retail investors, not including the ones that are starting to invest now, you're going to lock up the float real quick on 28 million. Like, that's the dangerous thing. And that's why Aterian has always been one of the more dangerous squeeze stocks, is because, and that's why it's ran up multiple times, is because it moves, because it has slow float. Like, I don't want to knock on the other like squeeze stocks too much. Like, Prague, I looked into their like product, and I think they've got something interesting, and I think down the line that's maybe a good thing. But They do have a lot of shares outstanding, and they have a lot of warrants, and they have an ATM that's going on right now. So there's dilution there. So that's why Prog was not going to squeeze. And the reason why BBIG, I don't know if everyone knows this, but their CEO, or not the CEO, but one of the founders, I guess the Ted Fansworth guy, I had followed his stuff. I actually at one point had like dug into what he had done with MoviePass, and like they were just bleeding money. Like fundamentally, it just didn't make any sense. Like I guess they thought they would just be able to raise money, and but it's like your business model was literally costing you money. Like of course you're going to go out of business. He was trying to basically do what Amazon was doing, but Amazon had support, and MoviePass was like kind of like he was trying to strong arm AMC into like giving them like a huge amount of like you can bring in we'll give you X amount of movies for free, and AMC's like, why are we paying you to do that? We can do the same thing ourselves. And they made a critical error there, messing with AMC at the time, and they didn't get the deal done, and they ended up going under because they blew it. So BBIG, that's one of their people, is like one of their head people is like that guy. And so it didn't give me a huge amount of faith. And he's been in things before where it was like, it looks great on paper. And then when you actually get into like the fundamentals of it, it's like they're not profitable. Like, could Locomotive be the next TikTok? Maybe. And TikTok's got a huge market cap, and it's private equity, but like it's got a huge valuation because you got revenue, ad revenue, all that stuff. But it's a crapshoot. Like, is that going to work? Who knows? And if it doesn't, like you banked a lot of money on that. You also diluted a huge amount to get yourself in those things, and so it just people didn't look at the warrants, and that's one of the things I feel like I'm at least getting across in short squeeze is like you guys kept running into these things and you don't understand the filings. It's going to be really hard to actually get anywhere with a stock that's going to be actively diluting against you. And so that's why Aterian, the only one that didn't have huge amounts of warrants, was frustrating watching because it was like, this has the right setup, but nobody's listening. Everyone's like, "Oh, you guys are just bag holder," and it's like, all right, I didn't enter my big position until much lower when it was like really dropping, but like that's the attitude. Just to let you guys know, we're going over the VWAP again. Volume's pretty small though. We'll see if it holds. If we're this is going to be kind of the battleground right here. Is we pushed up. That's a good amount of buying. A couple shorting in there, buying, and then they pushed it under VWAP, and now bulls are trying again, or they're just chopping it through again to kind of bounce it back and forth. They're going to keep it pinned around like 350 if they can. All right, that's some volume. Are we getting excited? Is everyone excited? All right, let me close down my options page because I didn't really cover that, but let me see what you guys are saying. Okay. Okay, let me go back. All right, so everyone wants to slap the ask. This is slapping the ask. All right. Okay, private placements. All right, so the private placement was basically, I think, let me pull up the filing for that one. What was the name of the group? I can't remember off the top of my head. I didn't get a lot of sleep the last couple of nights, guys. I got a 1-year-old turning 2 soon, but he's been teething, and he's not giving me a ton of sleep at night. All right, let me pull up the Aterian information. I'm sorry, I'm bouncing around everywhere, but I have ADD and I didn't take my pill. All right, that was a good candle. I'm just looking at the candle because but they keep pushing it right down off of that 373 area, 374 area. So this is now our third attempt trying to get kind of over this little hump right here, this area. So we'll see if we can bring enough buy pressure to actually penetrate through that and then move up. They'll back test it, but once they kind of get through that area of resistance, we'll probably take a next leg up if that's going to be the thing. All right. Is everyone on Reddit doing okay? I'm focusing on YouTube right now, and I feel like people are going to be falling apart with. All right, let me see. All right, so yep, we've had a triple bottom, golden cross, naked shorting, low float, long. People are going long on options. Yeah, I mean, this is how things end up popping. Like they pushed it down too far, and now they're gonna have to deal with it because they felt like nobody was watching Aterian, and obviously we were watching Aterian, and we've noticed it, and a lot of us bought down in the twos, and we're going to end up actually seeing a lot higher things than that. It looks like there was a nice bullish inflow of calls. Let me just see. Yeah, so let's see. There was some volume that came in. Okay. So I guess a lot of people were interested in. Let's see. Let's go back to the YouTube comments. Oh wait, I forgot we were doing private placement. But hold on, let me just answer this other one real quick because I have to pull those filings. The significance of being on the reg show to place restrictions on the market makers. No, so reg show is actually just a list that gets reported to the SEC, and it doesn't do anything, to be honest with you. Like, it's supposed to be. So there's a rule in there that they are supposed to close out being the clearing companies are supposed to clear out and close any short position that has existed longer than 13 days. And you would think that would be like, okay, well, yeah, that's effective and should work, but they never enforce it. You know how I know they enforce it? Because Overstock.com was on the reg show threshold for 666 days, if I remember correctly, which is pretty crazy. 13 days is what the rule was written. Overstock happened after that rule was written, and it went 666 days without being closed. How that happened? You'd have to ask the SEC, and they don't do anything. So yeah, reg show is it shows the SEC that there's fuckery going on, but the SEC never does anything. And there's a rule in place that if you're on the reg show threshold for 13 days, you're supposed to close those positions. The SEC is supposed to enforce it, and the clearinghouses are supposed to force those brokers to do that, or whoever's in violation. But they never actually do that. So, like last time, Aterian was on for like 29 or 30 days straight, and they didn't make them close their positions. And they were saying, well, sometimes it's an aggregate. And I'm like, okay, like that's 666 days is not an aggregate. You can't do that. All right, so just throwing out the stock stuff. All right, let me take a look. It looks like it's going to be retracing back to the VWAP, and we'll see if it bounces off again or if it cuts through. They're basically just trying to keep this thing under. It looks like 3. I think I know why they're trying to keep it under that. So as we get closer to Friday, what ends up happening is these market makers start having to actually consider the gamma. So what ends up happening is the closer it gets to the end of the week, these guys have to really start delta hedging, and then considering gamma and all this, which is how quickly things are speeding up. Whoa! Something just happened. That was weird. All the bars on our Weeble got bigger. I don't know why. That's weird. I don't think it did anything. What? I'm just sorry. I'm reading through. Okay. Okay. just scrolled through on my lunch break and saw you talking about an ATM. Okay, so somebody was getting confused in the Discord, but that's fine. So yeah, reg show in general, it does something. They're not going to do anything. They haven't done anything in years. I've been trading for years. Reg show's never really done anything. I've never seen anyone get closed out unless they're in margin violation. So the only thing that will actually, like, enforcement does nothing, but if a brokerage says you owe this money and they can't pay it, they'll close their position for them. That's the only thing that actually causes, violations to actually, like, it's when the broker's like, I don't know if you can pay this anymore. We're closing your position for you. And then a margin call happens, and that's when you see, like, straight green arrows up. Because they don't care about what price they get them at. They literally, it's a computer, and they just say, you're closed, and give us all those shares right now. We don't care what you have to pay for them. So that's what a margin call is. Okay. Let's see. What other questions? How delayed is the short interest data? So Ortex is supposed to be quote unquote live. I don't think they're really live. They probably have a rough estimate. My guess was they take a look at the end of the day just to see how far off they are and just tweak it. Because you can kind of tell by, like, calculating the aggregate short volume at the end of each day. I do it myself, so I kind of have a ballpark. That way, if I think Ortex is off, then it's like, eh. But yeah, Ortex claims they do it live. The other stuff comes out at the end of the day. How high do you think Aterian can go? All right, so the float is bigger now than it was last time. So when it went up to 40-ish, 48 a share, that's the all-time high, there was a lot less shares. For it to go similarly that high, that would mean there would have to be a ton of naked shorts, like a huge amount. My guess would be, like, if we got back up to, like, the 18, 19 area, I think that would be a pretty, like, it depends on, if there's a ton of naked shorts, they could push it up to the warrant levels, up at 25. Like, that would be probably my target if I was Aterian. If this thing was running, I would not do an ATM. I would just let it hit those 25, warrants. That would be the slow down and then start issuing an ATM from there. That would be kind of my guess. Best guess would be they would want to hit those, warrants, because at least it could slow down, things. That's still pretty high. I think it goes in waves personally. Like, and it also depends on how much retail is interested. Like, I don't think we have the numbers yet at this point, or at least I don't think the numbers are showing that we have a. Sorry, I just saw the Ric Flair woo in the Discord. Yeah, so, like, based off we have 62 million shares outstanding. So if you did, like, 18, that's, like, way more than the company was worth last time. So that would be about equivalent to what 48 was back when the float was about half. So that would be my guess, is like 24, 25 would be, I think, where top end of this would be. That would just be my guess, because that would be the ultimate, like, that's where they were back at their all-time high with the new float. If you guys want to know how that works, basically you take your shares outstanding, times it by the share price. That's your market cap. So if you calculated back then what the float was, and then and the shares outstanding were, multiplied that by 48, it probably would give you about what 25 is now, to where we are at 62. Because I think we'd, like, doubled our float, basically, because of the high-tailed dilution. Okay. Hello. What is stopping them from dragging this out forever when you have a minute? So it's going to get expensive for them eventually, to keep this position. And at this point, retail doesn't seem like they're going away. We're kind of like the annoying, like, and it's not just retail. There are some, you can tell there are institutions in this too. Somebody has bought some shares on Monday because that was not retail that did that. Retail can't afford the amount of money that was placed in those options. So somebody, some other maybe small, firm, or maybe a big firm placed down a bet that this is going to go up, and they put some pressure on the market maker and the shorts. The market maker doesn't really care as much. They just want to pin the price where they're going to burn the most options. That's basically their function. They just want to make sure they make money every single week. They want to make as much as possible, which is why they get to short exempt things down so it fits right underneath. If you ever notice on Fridays on like weekly options or monthly options, you'll be right there. Like it's like they give you those lotto tickets that have like almost the things, then you feel like you're so close, but really you're never going to win. Well, that's what options are in the United States, because you gave the people who have the shares that don't want to give them up and can make more money if they can cheat, you gave them a cheat, which is they can short anytime they want, not have to locate those shares, not have to explain why they needed those shares. That's essentially what you gave market makers with that tool. And so what ends up happening is they'll let the price go to like 351, 352, and you're like, yes, we're going to close. It's going to be in the money. And then they just choose short exempts, like a couple thousand short exempts, slam the price down right to like 349, and then all the stuff ends up not in there. All right. I have to go take a look at this. So, but when basically they can't drag it out forever. I mean, GameStop and AMC is being drug out a lot longer because honestly, it's too public. They don't want those particular ones to squeeze, because if they squeeze, it's going to like basically ruin the stock market. And I hope they squeeze for retail. I honestly do. I benefit. I have shares in both. I just don't think they're going to let it happen. They may allow AMC to basically dig themselves out of a hole and become a real company again and be profitable. GME is already out of debt, and they had, I think, like 1.4 billion or whatever in cash. Like, both those companies are now fine, and they will survive. AMC will probably be in a better place after doing a couple more of fundraising and getting their COVID's dying down. They'll get back on their horse and probably start being able to be profitable at some point again, and chunk it down at that debt, because they had, it was so much debt, billions of dollars of debt, and they probably should have gone under. And honestly, retail saved AMC. Like, if I was Adam Aron, I'd be kissing every single ape that I met, because they literally bailed him out, and he gave himself bonuses when he should not have. Like, he was at the helm when that company was being run into the ground. And this is just me, and maybe I'm too critical, but from business perspective, that dude ran it into the ground, and then when he got bailed out by retail, just taking an interest because it was a stock that was being squeezed down. People are sentimental about movies. Fundamentally, it made no sense for that to be a play. Like, they were billions in debt, but people like what they like, and they liked AMC, and I don't blame them. It's fine. Like, from a balance sheet perspective, it made no sense why that would have been the company to go after. Like, to be like, this is where we're planting our flag. But at the end of the day, they are. What's going on? There's a guy on Reddit. He's spamming this up. I love it. Okay, good. At the end of the day, buy what you like. As long as you like and you support the company and you want to keep buying that stock, and you're gonna end up probably saving. That AMC has been saved by the retail community. Like, no doubt about it. AMC owes retail lots and lots of popcorn for the rest of their lives. But the problem is now, because they're so public, they're not going to let them squeeze. They'll let them go up in price in waves probably over the years, and that's kind of what they did with Tesla. But those two would basically expose naked shorting. It would expose corruption, that stock prices are artificial and controlled, and that's why they can't allow them to MOAS. So I honestly hope it MOASes for all of our sakes, but I'm being pragmatic. I don't think they would allow that. And maybe GME or one of these guys does something that traps them, and then they have to reveal it, and then all these crimes are going to be exposed. And I hope that's what happens. I absolutely hope that's what happens, and I hope the market gets fixed because of that, because the market has been really, really corrupt and really bad. It's just, it's hard to see that happening with the powers and the money that's keeping politicians from doing anything, or keeping the SEC toothless. All right. So why could ATER actually run up though? So it's, honestly, if you just look at the options, what will end up happening is this. So as retail gets more and more frustrated, they will start. Probably this is what happened with SPRT Spurt. They ended up buying the entire float because we don't have that many shares. So like if retail was to really like sink their teeth in and like buy a ton of in the money calls, the market maker at some point would have to just be like, okay, this is going, we can't help it. Because that's what happened with Spurt. Like they wanted to keep it down, they kept it down for a long time, and then they finally just, retail was just like, all right, we're going to buy every single share and lock it up in one particular float. So they actually had like multiples of the float in just in the money call options, and then it ran to like 60 or something like that. Like it was insane. And that shouldn't happen, but it does because it's the U.S. equities market. It's the wild, wild west. So at some point, my guess is that's what's going to end up happening. Is there's just going to be so many FTDs. There's going to be so many. It's going to be on Reg Show. It's going to be so many FTDs. And there's going to be so many options that are in the money that they're just going to have to let it go, and there's not going to be a chance on it. What do you think about a GFAI back to 190-ish? I mean, let's see. Okay, this is the one that was on the squeeze list. I think it used to be number one. Let me just take a look at their overall. So it's gotten pushed down in the last. It's down 20% in the last 5 days. Over the last day, it's up. I mean, I'd have to look at their like all their information like on the fly. I'd have to do DD is what I'll tell you. So if you wanted to, if you're in the Discord group, go ahead and DM me, or we can make it maybe a section. Maybe one of the moderators can make a section where we will just put a group that can do DD together, and we can just all start chunking away at it. Okay. Gator Anon got it going on now. New DD, check it out. Someone wrote new DD. Was there a link there? I don't see a link. Okay. He has to leave for 15. Tanner said, don't leave. He's got to leave for 15 minutes. Don't talk about anything important. I don't think I talked about anything important at all today. Okay. Love the margin call definition. I even understood it. Okay. Oh, King Gator. Thank you. I imagine if we did the poll, what the numbers would be. Yeah, the numbers would be a lot higher, is my guess. I don't know if that's a good or a bad idea. I feel like we're already kind of pushing, a little bit with the DD. Let me see. No, I was sitting in the same spot forever. How long have I been here? Let's see. It's 1 o'clock already. Okay. Let me do this. I haven't eaten anything. I haven't drank anything, really. Let me see if there's anything critical going on. I haven't written any DD, though. I usually crank out a couple, and it makes retail feel good about themselves. What are your thoughts on? Is that the big? What's it? Big sport. It was like a sporting goods thing, right? Yeah, Big Five Sporting Goods. Okay, yeah, they were another squeeze stock, and I think they moved up pretty nicely. Like at one point, I thought they had like a nice little pop. Went from like 15 to like 20. Yeah, it went to like 15 to like 20, and then it got shorted back down. I think they missed on earnings, if I remember correctly, and that's what kind of like killed them back down into this like thing. I mean, let's take a look. like once again, all these things on the fly, I'm not going to be able to give you like really good information. I'll try to do the same thing for the other ticker too. Just looking at Ortex, how's that? All right. Let's take a look at the short interest. Okay, so about 40% of the float is shorted right now. They're not hurting though, as far as the cost to borrow. So like, it's not costing the shorts really anything to hold these positions. 5% is nothing, and that's part of the problem. Is this is a stock that they're. Congratulations, you received 100 messages today. Oh, cool. Thanks for being here, guys. I don't know how this works. I guess, what do we have? 33 people watching, it says. That's cool. Talk to 33 of you indirectly. All right. So with that, I don't see anything that's making the shorts really need to cover. They look like they're pretty comfortable. What was this right here? That was it. So they paid out a dividend, it looked like. And so there was some run up before the dividend. That was the X date, X dividend date, and that was a dividend announcement. It's a nice that they're at least paying a dividend. That's nice. Not every stock pays a dividend, especially these like small caps. They must be a little bit bigger. Let me just take a look at their fundamentals. Okay, their fundamentals are. Let me just take a look at Aterian real quick. It looks like it may have bounced off VWAP and it's going to try again to get past that 350, 354. They did a share. Did they actually do a share buyback? Farhan. So yeah, it's like, yeah, buying calls that are deep in the money, like a $1, 150, a $2. At this point, like, 250s are a little shaky. I'm not like 100% those ones will be in the money all the time. Okay, Matt, I'll get to you in a second. So is buying calls with the most open interest the way to go? Not necessarily. What you want to kind of do is you want to find out which ones make sense for the price. So if you want, Farhan, are you inside our Discord? If you are, then I would suggest actually talking to DZ Moneyman. He actually is like really up on options and kind of like interpreting them. I've got basic options knowledge. I can do some like medium like strategies, but like if you want to know really who to talk about options, we've got someone that's I have no problem admitting where I am not as strong. Options and TA are not my strong points. I'm more of a fundamentals investor who kind of dabbles in the other stuff. I have a decent understanding, but I'm always trying to get better. That's why I don't feel like I'm an expert or anything. I am just somebody who has done this for a while and kind of has understood kind of how all of it fits together. But if you want to get some good advice about options, I would suggest talking to him. As far as Matt, you said they just announced the share buyback. Let's see. I haven't seen that in the news. You know what date they announced that? I see the dividend stuff. All right, so let's just take a look real quick. Insiders recently have been selling, but it may be for tax reasons because it's a new year, so that's not a big deal. Earnings per share has been okay. It's not like great. A few weeks ago. It's not the most recent news, so that's why I was just asking. Let me see something real quick. So not a huge market cap. It's still a small cap. They've got them down as a book value for much higher than what they're trading at. Oh, not much. So they're actually trading above book value. Book value for them is roughly, it looks like around like 12 to like 14, depending on kind of what you're looking at. So the reason why that stock is not, like, it exploded that one time, and then that was probably shorts having to cover, and maybe some FTDs building up, but somebody's real bearish on them, and they're basically just holding them down. So they feel like they're too high. That's basically what this short has said. Oh yeah, sorry. This is I know this is I labeled it Aterian. Somebody had actually asked about another ticker, and I was just trying to help them out. But yeah, Aterian's looking like it's going to move now. This is now the fourth or fifth time. Let me see. How many times have we tried to test this area? We tried to test this area once. We broke through it once, got shorted back down. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this is now the sixth time we're trying to get above this range. Like this right here. Every time we get it, we get shorted back down. But this time, I think it might go. We'll see if they bring some volume. So what we'll look for is we'll look for larger numbers right here on the sell or the buy wall. And what we want to see is these numbers start increasing to like 10,000 or to, you know, some sort of higher number. Unless we see that these numbers are just going to go. Like, look right there. See? Not on super high volume, but they're also the sellers are not willing to fight here anymore. They've already tried. They are seeing that they're just going to keep coming at them, and that's what's going to end up happening is they're going to end up having to let this run a little bit higher. They may try to get it back down from the high of the day, or at least this peak right here. So we may be looking at like right here-ish as where we might bounce. So let's see if it gets past that. It may not even get up to there. Because it looks like they've already put up some sell walls. And it doesn't look like the bulls are trying that hard. They're basically just either accumulating in this zone. And that's maybe what they're doing. They may just be accumulating right now. So let's see if they can break past that point. All right, so this is them testing it. Still testing. Let's see if these sell walls move or if they want to keep that there at 360. They've got one at 357. Question is, how many are we going to cover? All right, let me get back to the Aterian channel and the YouTube channel so you can see what you guys are saying. All right. Yeah, the stock is going to run soon. It's a matter of time. It's like I said, it's with this stock, it's not a if, it's just when. So the nail got nailed in the coffin when we had that day of like 145 million. Like that day, it would have ran if they didn't short exempt and if they didn't short like almost 60% of the float down that day. Because all that stuff would have started, they would have squeezed that day. But they knew they had a bunch of days to get it under control. So this is them controlling it. So we're going to see right now if they can push this over. We're running a little bit hot on the RSI on the 1 minute, and we may see a bounce here. Let's see. Let's see if they push it over and try to get it through that area. Okay. Okay, so Farhan, you said you are there. Yeah, so when you're in there, just do a at like DZ Moneyman. You should be able to find him. He's also in blue on the like Discord. His color is blue on there. You can just DM him or you can add him on any like main trading floor or whatever you want to look at. All right, so we're moving a little bit. So you see, we're obviously, we've passed now this point right here, which was kind of a key point. Now we hit that, and it looks like they brick walled us. So they put some sort of large order up to kind of kill that momentum. And maybe they're just letting it cool down on the RSI, but we're going to see. Let's move to like a 30-minute RSI. Oops. And see where we're at. All right. So remember I was saying they basically were coming out. We'll probably form some sort of pennant or, like a bull flag. And then we'll take another leg up after like a day. So we either today, end of the day, or it could be maybe tomorrow we might see a move up to like 380 to like 4 if they can. They don't want it to go over 4. If it goes over 4, they're in trouble as far as like the options, because they're going to start having to hedge. Once it goes over 350 to like 380, you're going to start actually having them hedge, because they're going to have to start hedging back those $4, like, because if the $4 go in the money, that's going to be dangerous for the market maker, because they're going to owe a ton of shares. Oh, was somebody was trying to day trade at Nifty. I sold there hoping it would bounce back and re-enter. Yeah, well, that's kind of how it happens, right? It's that meme when as soon as you sell, pump it. See if somebody, yeah. What was it? We threw out a pump it. All right, let me go back to the 1 minute so we can look excited. Oh, look at that. Look how exciting that looks. All right, so let's look at the opening of the day, because it's kind of this area that we're going to be looking at. We ran up a little bit. Obviously, I don't know if we're going to retest that high of the day. We'll have to see how much buying they have to do. All right. A little bit running up high on the, so right here, this is your RSI for anyone that's like interested. Your RSI is basically just an indicator. It's like an oscillator that basically like shows you over 70 is overbought. Depends on your time frame also, because obviously the higher your time frame goes, it's going to change that. But 70 is overbought, and under 30 is oversold. So typically you don't want to buy things like right now. It looks really great. People get excited. This is when retail starts buying, is when it goes over 70, and it's like the absolute wrong time to buy. It does look like it helps, but overall it's it's not going to give you your best price, unless you just don't care about price. If you've got all the money in the world and you can just sit there and slam it at the market price and just say, give me the shares, I don't care what I pay for them. That's how you basically slap the ask. OCD about getting in the lows, but now it's bit me in the ass. I could have been at 3, and now I'm about to get back in. Yeah, so I always tell people with these ones that are especially like, it gets dangerous at these low levels because they can run so fast. So like, don't pick up pennies off the railroad tracks to try to gain a couple more shares. Like, if you've got a position, you can always add to it if you can, but let's see if we go back and retest. I mean, we're running hot on the the RSI a little bit. Let's see if we can do that. You should edit Wednesday performance is 5% now. Okay, let's see what happens here. So we're starting to move up into this range here. We started the day right here. That's where we opened. Or we gapped up pre-market, and then this is where we closed last week at this level right here, 341. So we opened really high up because we'd moved up in the pre-market. They shorted it back down, all the way down. We hit our low so far of the day here at 330, bounced off support, consolidated and moved up, and then now we're actually having some buy pressure. Let me do this real quick. I'm at All right. So I normally go through and I'm writing DD and I'm doing all these things, and I find it really hard to do that when you're talking on YouTube because it's like. So if you guys have any questions you want answered, that's fine. Let's try to stick with Aterian for right now, and maybe someday, if we'll get to cover whatever people's stocks they want. I mean, all right. All right. Took care of that. Let's see if there's anything else going on, because I know they're going to try to slow the run, keep it below 350. Yep, that's kind of what they're trying to do. So their best bet right now is going to be they're going to try to make sure that Aterian does not get to run. Like if Aterian gets over like 380, they're going to have to start hedging those fours. And if they start hedging those fours, there's a lot of the fours. And if that happens, it's going to move up also. And that's how gamma squeezes work, is basically as it gets closer to the date of the thing, if they're still above certain prices. And this is what this it looks like. Basically, we have a bull on our side, and I don't think it's just retail. I think there's literally a bull on our side, along some sort of mini whale or a whale that's kind of been like, okay, for the least amount of money, let's see how we can push this up and make these guys uncomfortable, make sure they give us money. So what they'll do is, they were patient. They let it kind of go. They just kind of guided the ship the Tuesday and Wednesday, made sure we didn't go off the rails. And so today they allowed people to get excited. They shorted it down, and these guys bought back up and said, no, we'll buy your dip. And then they moved back up, and this was probably retail, or there was a large order that came in that they were having to hedge. The market maker was having to hedge. And then this was them pushing it down, being like, no. We got to get this thing under 3. And then basically retail and long started stepping in here and saying, no, we want the stock at these prices. We think it's going to go higher. So they have all this buying. A couple major spikes to get us over the VWAP. Went back down under VWAP. Obviously had to break through. So you had to bring a little bit of volume, which is what this little candle, this volume candle right here is. And then since then, we've kind of gone up, and now we're going to probably consolidate a little bit right around here and see if we can break through the high of the day, which was over here. What was the high of the day? 372. So, I mean, you know what I don't have on here? I need to probably add some. Let's see what we got. We've got MACD. Let's add some, because I want to see where we are with the VWAP bands. We can do those. And let's do some moving averages. Let's do a simple moving average. Sorry, I don't use this computer to trade. I just was streaming every once in a while with this. So that's exponential moving average right there. Let's do some Bollinger Bands too. Okay. I don't want to get it too messy for some people, but all right, so here's our VWAP. This is your upper VWAP band right here, and you see we broke out of that channel, and now we're going to probably come back into it, and we'll see we either going to bounce off of this right here, which is, where's that, the Bollinger? Hold on. Give me the colors. Hold on. So this is one of the Bollinger Bands. All right, so this is the exponential moving average. So right now, we're either going to bounce off this and go back up, or we're going to cut through and then probably retest VWAP, is my guess. So let's see if that works. It looks like it's probably going to cut through. Then we're going to probably go back, and we're going to either consolidate in this like range for the exponential, or we're going to probably go back around this point right here. And it may be where these two converge, where this one right here on the lower. All right, so let's see. If that starts shooting up and then these two touch right above the VWAP, that's where I expect the bounce. Let's see how much volume they had to use to. It's not a huge amount. All right, so we're coming up on 8 million traded today. That's decent. Let's see, what time is it? It's too far. So the 10 million maybe right where we're at. It's not like a huge amount, but we're also green and it's not hurting us any. You know, if people have options, the theta is probably eating away at some of them, but a lot of them, if you're going to be like me, we'll let them go in the money, and then next week, you know, that will be, those shares will just be extra that we have for, you know, them having to deliver it to us. Someone has a letter of Gary Gensler. Okay, yeah, if you're on the Discord, go sign the letter to Gary Gensler and let them know that we don't want payment for order flow, because they see all of our buy and sell orders and they know that they can rip us off. Okay. Oh, I should probably get closer to the mic. Sorry. Yeah, I'm not a YouTube person, so I'm not used to. So is this a little better volume, for Nifty? I can raise up my mic a little bit and get a little closer to my face. I sometimes am turning my head. Could I have the Discord link? Sure. I think we can figure out how to paste that somewhere. Invite people. Copy. Here we go. Tell me if that works. Hopefully it does. Okay, so that's a little bit better. Yeah, sorry. I put the mic down. Okay, so it looks like we're hovering around this exponential moving average. So, like I said, right here. Oops. Wait, is this the exponential? I gotta make these colors. Let's see. Can we make the colors? All right, let me do this. I gotta zoom out. We gotta see where these are. I don't see any of them. Maybe because I didn't click on it. There we go. Let's see. Style. Alright, let's do this. Let's do the 5. Alright, so we're right around these moving averages right now. Notice the yellow right here. Is that the right color? I think maybe change these up. But it looks like all of them are converging right here at this point. And this is why this is a very important point right now for us. See, got the 1 minute. See, yep. So we're basically right around where all these moving averages are converging. So if we can push up from here, that'd be a really good sign. That means that these guys might be in trouble for Friday, because it looks like these guys are just have an algo set that they're trying to keep it above 350 for the bulls, and then they're going to probably make their move either end of the day today into tomorrow, or they're going to try to really go after them to, you know, because once these things go into 4, because they've de-hedged the 4s is my guess. Nifty needs to go back down to 341 to buy. Yeah. So we're going to find out here, because what I'd like to see happen is the volume starts to pick up a little bit. Okay, so shorts are fighting here. They don't want this to go over those moving averages. So this is not shocking that they would try to push it down here. Like, they really want to have those things go down and break through. And it looks like bulls are eating up some of this. So you can always tell by the wicks and how things kind of move. Oops. So if you see right here, it went all the way down to basically that moving average, or the lower Bollinger Band. What, I can't tell the color difference. I'll have to set this up when I'm not live streaming. But essentially what's ended up happening is we have these points right here, and it made a decent bounce right off of that. That means that bulls are saying, nah, we'll still buy them at these things right here, and they're going to push it back up. I just realized my Wyckoff's composite calculator is called. As LiveStream. Oh yeah. So basically, we went through a period of accumulation, and now we're going to be starting to move up. We hit a spring, and probably 210 was the spring, is my guess. So when Lambo, great name by the way. Yes, I was going to say I think 210 was the spring, and honestly, that was as low as they could probably get it, because it was below current asset values, and they were trying to get it below that, but that's when retail was like, nah, this is over, this is oversold. This is too low, and we're willing to like spend money down here again. And so were at least probably some institutions, because at some point you just get too greedy, and the shorts had everything going for them for so long that they just assumed it was going to be fine. All right, let me do this. I'm going to run out for like 2 seconds to use the bathroom. I know you're not supposed to say that, but I don't really care. You guys are all human, Sometimes you gotta go to the bathroom. All right, I'm gonna grab a bar or something like that to eat too. I'll be back in like 2 seconds. So I'll leave the chart up, and let me move this stuff. And actually, you know what? It looks pretty messy with all this. So let me do this. Let's take out the Bollinger Bands, and let's take out the VWAP bands. Just leave those up there. That way, that's the moving averages and the VWAP. Yeah, we'll just leave that. Yeah, no problem. I was gonna say, I mean, I've never done YouTube before. This is literally my first time ever streaming. And if you weren't on earlier, it took me like 8 times of like microphone feedbacks, and like they're trying to move this. I might stick around for a second. So look at the buy side. If you look over here, they put in some guardrails. So they basically said 553 right here. You see, they tried to break it down here. That's where the bears were like, all right, let's get this down. And they put a nice little 10,000 buy order there. And then they tried it here again. Super, like, okay, we're going to slam it down there. And they keep eating up all these dips, and they're just walking it up. They said, if you go back here, you can see, like, every time the shorts tried to push it down, they're pushing. Bulls and longs said, we'll take these stocks at these prices, and we'll take the stock at these prices, and then we're going to take the stock at these prices. And now it's going to start putting pressure on them, because the higher this goes, they now have to start hedging against those $4 calls, because if they don't do that, they can be in big trouble tomorrow. So you will probably see some buy orders coming in. If we get into like the 380s, it might move quickly to 4, because they need to start hedging those. Or they can short exempt and they can short down, but it's getting expensive to do that. So hold on 1 second. I don't know how to try this real quick. All right, I'm gonna take my break now. I'll be back in a second. You guys enjoy. guys, I am back. Give me 2 seconds. I will get back online. All right, can you guys hear me? Oh, look at you guys. What did you do when I was gone? Make us money. All right. All right. Go ahead. Okay, and we're good. All right, good to go. All right, guys. YouTube, I will be right back. 1 second. Hi, YouTube. All right, I'm finally back. All right, you guys still there? All right, let me get caught back up where we are. All right, so it looks like we hit the upper band, 375, bounced off that, and now they're shorting down a little bit. All right, so it's moving through the exponential. We'll probably come back to the 60 moving averages where I would expect a bounce because we're going to come up right now on the RSI being oversold in about a second. It was a nice move up, though, so I was going to say they'll need to consolidate probably in this area. They can't let it go too high, though. If they let it go too high, then we're going to probably end up seeing they would have to start hedging really quickly. So let's see what happens with this. We'll see if there's some consolidation in this area, but there is buying here. All right, I got my bar. I'm ready to do it. Let's do this. Let's see what's going on. All right, we're going to bounce off the 60. Sorry for the long breaks. I am back. My wife is working from home, so we were talking. Let's see what we've got going on. Looking to buy more, wondering where. Zoom in. Just look. Excuse my chewing. All right, so let's see what we got. We actually didn't hit that. We actually bounced before that. I think they may actually have to buy more here. I mean, I think we'll see another wave down. They'll try to push this down if they can, but if not, the MACD is starting to curl up again on the short term. It kind of looks like they're going to have to buy again. I know. I have not been paying attention to the Discord like I should. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, Tarifa's bullish. Okay, let's see what's Yeah. F off bots. Are you in this YouTube? We're gonna buy again. MACD is about to cross over. Might see another leg up here. Let's see. Is short's gonna try to fight it? So what we're looking at right here. This is the MACD. All right. Do you guys like this? I mean, I've never done YouTube before, so I'm sure I've never talked to anyone when I'm trading. All right, so I see some sells. They're starting to see right here, flashed over. They don't want this to go through. They want to push it back down to get that MACD from crossing over. They want to basically have it come up, touch it, and then go back down. Let's see if there's any bullish. I mean, it's gonna pop. It's gonna pop. They're fighting it. They're fighting this crossover. So what I'm talking about is this right here. On the 1 minute RSI, you're looking at this right here. And what happens is if it goes and pops, it's going to go green, and then it's going to probably run up a little bit in the next wave to try to retest that 375. There's 370. It bounced. Let's see. But everyone, Tarifa's bullish, and that means that we're going to go to the moon. Yeah, so I actually paid for the Webull thing because I thought it would be helpful for retail to be able to see stocks that they are trading on. In this particular case, I was just streaming Aterian. I had to add some other tickers because nobody was actually listening to me because all I was doing was streaming the stocks. But I'm not a YouTuber. I took the day off because I thought today might be an interesting day because of the T+3. And I wanted to make sure if it was going down, then I was at least here to tell you guys why it was going down or why I thought it may not pop. I mean, we had a section today where we were down. Not a huge percentage, but, I wanted to make sure that you guys knew that I was here trying to walk you through this because, we've done the research. For months, I was gathering all this information up. I mean, I don't know if... Let me see if I can pull up my spreadsheets. Let's see. I don't think I updated it last night, but let me just see. So, on a bunch of different stocks, what I do is, I don't want to block the price, but I basically keep a spreadsheet of, all the pertinent information. Ace has been helping me with keeping up with the gaps, where they are, where the gap ups, gaps down. We keep track of all the officers buying and selling. We keep track of all the insiders' information. We also keep track of dilution, insider ownership, the filings we're adding in. And I keep track of the short interest and what's happening every day, what the aggregate volumes are. We've got a whole bunch of stuff that we're tracking on these things. And so we've done the homework. We know that all this stuff is, I knew that the float was small, and I knew that they screwed us over last year. And they naked shorted, and they're naked shorting now to try to suppress the price. And at some point, it's just going to pop, and they don't have a choice. And I am not a big YouTuber. I don't have a big following. There's 30 people in here. But, I think it's one of those things that, we did the homework. There's a whole group of us also fact-checking each other to make sure that we're not just blowing smoke up each other's butts, we want to make sure we're doing it right. And so when we all kind of came to the same conclusion that there's something wrong here, this stock should not be trading the way it is, and they kept just dragging it down. 210 looks like it was the spring, and now we're going to be moving up, and it's going to move aggressively. They're going to try to limit that because they don't want retail foaming in. So if they can just move it up in 7 to 15% chunks, that's ideal. But on Monday they had to basically scramble because someone came in, and it wasn't retail, it was a long, and they're going to squeeze these guys, and retail is going to benefit from that because the ones that were smart enough to actually listen to me and the Discord group, we've been looking at this for a long time. Yeah, and I think I see what some of you guys are saying. So I don't want to knock on some of these subs. There are a lot of new traders, and I think one of the things that is good for them is to learn new things. Nobody was talking about warrants until I started I wrote that piece on warrants on short squeeze, and now everyone all of a sudden is all about warrants. And I'm like, you guys should have been about warrants this entire time in investing, because you would have saved yourself from all these different stocks. Like this is the kind of research that retail doesn't know about that the big guys do. So when they start shorting something, there's a reason why they're shorting for something. It's because they can, because they know they have the warrants, they know they have some sort of coverage. Aterian didn't have any protection, but retail, when they just saw the price going down, they just sold out. And then the shorts said, okay, well, nobody's interested in the stock anymore. We can just push this thing into the dirt. And that's when, we kind of noticed it, and we were like, this is too much. Like, you've gone way too far. You got way too greedy, and now it's going to slingshot the other way. And now they're going to end up probably saving the company, because they're going to be able to raise so much cash off of this. It's going to keep them up and going and probably acquiring new companies. And now it may be one of those things where if you bought it $2 a share, it might actually be worth $20, $30, $40 a share down the line if they make some good acquisitions. And you never know. I mean, it's one of those things where if it's played the right way by management, it could be a good long-term investment as well. It doesn't have to just be this like short squeeze. It could also be that they raised enough money where they made some really smart decisions, and their new board member seems like a really, really good decision. Like, honestly, like, that's someone that has a good background. They came from Amazon, came from Microsoft. Like, they've got good, experience in the industry. It's going to be, I think they're adding the right pieces, and I think the other smart thing they're doing is talking to us. Like, they're allowing retail to actually, because we own most of their stock. Like, we're their shareholders. Institutions walked away from them. They were like, we're going to go risk off. Risk off just means like anything that's like a growth stock, they're not going to put much money in. So they're just going to say, hey, listen, this is too much. We're not super confident you guys can make it. They took their shares out. So price target, Danny, in the immediate future. So if there was not short interest, there's two parts of this. So if there was no short interest, I would expect the book value to be around $4 to $5. That's like roughly where we're at. I can't give you a great number right now because we haven't had first quarter earnings, because I can do a better job assessing fundamentally how much a company is worth if I have like the actual numbers that are most recent. The most recent numbers we have right now are December, and we're coming up in April into May, or we're in April now, and we'll be in May next month when the earnings come out. So I can't give you like a great fundamental picture because the last snapshot I got of theirs was from December. But as of December, it probably should be a book value around $4 something a share, just like based off fundamentals. As far as the squeeze, though, because you have a lot of short interest, and you can see, like, I just want to point this out. You can see what's happening here. You see these wicks. Every time they do this, they keep an algo is trying to push it down, 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 push it down. They're trying to keep this going up in a channel. And every time the shorts try to push it down, these guys are saying, no, we'll take those shares. We'll take those shares. Or it's them covering in small batches. They're basically just saying, okay, we need to start getting some of these off the books. We can reshort some time, but you see this nice bounce. Like, look at this. We basically made a nice boom. And, I mean, you came down, you pushed it, you got down to where you could maybe try to shake the tree, and then pop. And now we're going to be going probably higher. And we'll get to see how much higher this gets to go, because I don't really have a price target for squeezes, because like I was in GameStop and I said, I want to go ahead and I want to, for example, I think it was at 19 or 20 when I bought it or whatever the price was. And I think I had like a $80 price target in mind. And once we started moving, I was like, 80's out the door. I don't even know what I'll sell this for at this point. And then we moved to like 250, and I'm like, this is insane. All of a sudden I had call options that I bought for like $200 that were worth like $6,000, and I'm like, what is going on here? Like, that's kind of what's going to happen to Aterian. Once it starts moving and the IV spikes, options are going to get super, super expensive. So what I'm telling you now is, I'm reading some of your. Oh, GME is one hell of an example. Yeah, like I mean, like I know that's a high bar. I was there. Like I was there in not at the very beginning because I was stupid and I didn't read DFE's DD. Like I literally looked at that guy and said that guy's dumb, and I like didn't even read it. And then I saw the price going up, and I'm like, what is going on? And then heard some more buzz about it. People were like, this guy's got something going on, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna read this thing. And I read it when it was like 15, and then it spiked up to like 18, and I'm like, all right, I gotta get in now. So I bought a couple hundred shares, and then when Andrew from Citron came out, that's when I was like, I'm going all in. Like, not like all in, but like I was like, I'm taking a real position. So I started buying calls, like in the money calls and out of the money calls, and some YOLO calls, because it's Wall Street bets back then, back when it was not corrupt. And but what ended up happening then was we ended up seeing this huge spike, and I mean, those options got so expensive so fast because they didn't want any retail having them. So that's why I'm telling people, like, if you can get even like somewhat close to the money options, like a $3 now would be safer than obviously like a $4. Like $4, I don't know if that's going to hit tomorrow. We may blow past it and we'll be at $5 by tomorrow. Who knows? It's just really going to depend on how much they have to cover and what's going to go on here. But I think what's happening is this is some of the T+3 that's having to occur. I think I told you guys that the reason why I took off today was because I thought that you guys were either it was going to be shorted down into oblivion, and then people are going to need to, like, somebody to hold their hand, or this was going to be one of those things where, this was going to run, and then people need to know, let's see, well, how much do they cover? How much, so we can go through all that information as it comes out. 6 o'clock is when FINRA reports their stuff. I think 9 o'clock is when we get the aggregate data. But, this is stuff I track every day. Like on this particular stock, I've been tracking it for months because I've always suspected that these guys had naked shorted a large amount. And I think what's ending up happening is these guys now they got caught with their hands in the cookie jar. And it's kind of, like everyone's like, you can't call anything a GameStop. It's not a GameStop. GameStop had way higher short interest that was reported. These guys only have I think 37% short interest. GameStop had like 220. And there was a ton of naked shorts on top of that. But this is small enough where it can move violently, and it's not going to draw the attention of too many people. Like if a small cap goes off, they'll make up some excuse for like, oh, well, those Redditors squeezed it, or they'll say, oh, well, those, they had a bullish, the new chairman is going to bring a lot of hope, and so retail investors got excited. They'll write some sort of article claiming that this wasn't, naked shorting. They can get away with hiding something like this because it's small enough where not a lot of people are going to know about it. So the problem with GameStop now is it's gotten so big. And same with AMC. Both of them are so big that if they allow them to run like they did back in January, it's going to show everyone that they cheated the first time and that they're still actively cheating. So that's going to ruin the narrative that the stock market is a free and fair place. So that's why I think this one can actually run and not be hindered like some of the GameStop ones, because GameStop's just so big now. They'll probably just let them become a very profitable company and allow them to move up in spurts. That's kind of what my thesis is on GameStop. And I'm not perfect, and all right. So we're at the all-time high of the day so far right now. Just wanted to point that out. 375 was it before, and now we're past that. So RSI, we're kind of hovering up there. Might see a pullback. I'm looking at the RSI crossing over. It looks like we may cool off here. Let's check and see how much money all you guys made. How's everyone doing? Everyone making money? So here's the thing. So we now have hit 10%. So once you hit 10% on the day, it starts to bring in momentum traders and swing traders and other people. So what we'll probably see is this is like 10% tends to be like a flag for day traders. All of a sudden they see something that's moving up quickly, or they see something that's 10% up or more. They know that there's volatility on that. So oh good, some people are making some money. Yeah, let's make some money, right? Like, I'm glad the people in here were able to at least read my DD and go, that guy's not a total idiot. Because I feel like a total idiot sometimes when I'm talking to people. I'm like, this is the thing. Like, this is the play. Like, the other plays are not as good as this one. And people are like, no, you're wrong. And I'm like, am I? Because I spent 6 months researching this. Like, how long did you spend on the stock ticker you're talking about? Like, 10 minutes of reading somebody else's DD? Nice. What's a tip jar? I don't even know. I don't think I can. A tip jar. Is that a YouTube thing? I don't know anything about this. I've never, like, literally anyone that's here that's new. I'm new. I've never been on YouTube before. Here, you know what? Somebody had made me make a Ko-Fi a long time ago. Let me see. Ko-Fi. Is that what it's called? Coffee? Or is it Ko-Fi or coffee? I don't know what the difference is. So I made one. This is like months and months ago. And I have never, ever had anyone, I think, even look at the page. Let me see. They asked me if I want to upgrade to gold. Well, I don't have anything there. So copy link. What's this? Okay, that's it. I've no one's ever been there. I've received no money ever on that thing. So I don't know if it works. I don't even know. I don't remember how I set it up. I don't even know where it goes. I don't know. Let me see. How do you check to see where money goes? Your payment history. There is no payment history. Okay. But how do I say where the payments go? I don't know. It's not important. I don't really care. I think initially when I set it up, I was going to raise money for the Discord group because I wanted to buy us some tools. So anyone that's in our Discord group, you know, and this is not me just plugging it. Like, I think we have a really good group of people there. We kind of work as far as like as a team to research things. This is one of the things that we researched together. I just happen to be, you know, the one that kind of put it together. I don't want to take all the credit. The credit's not mine. There was a lot of people helping me out with some of the research. A lot of this stuff I do just at night, and I get bored and I start plugging through numbers. But yeah, all right. So let me point this out. So you can tell they're walking it up, and I just want to explain how that works and why this is happening. So see back here. Now we're in a clear trend line up. So what we're going to look at is, let's go to the hourly. We were in this consolidation pattern basically, and now we've got a clear, we're bouncing basically. See this right here, the 60? We're on the hourly, we dip below it 3 times, and now we're moving above it. Now we're going to have to start looking at, once we get to like 380s, they're going to have to start looking at hedging those 4s. And that's dangerous for the market makers, because the market makers, I think, let me see. Oh, let's see. Let me just see real quick. Yeah, so the market makers, I want to see what the open interest is on these. Okay. You're right back in, Nifty. All right. Yeah, don't get greedy. Or you can wait till the RSI's cooled off a little bit. That's the other thing you can do. Did you already buy back in? Not financial advice. I don't give financial advice. I think I'm supposed to say that. Like, I don't know how many times in the video. Maybe I should have started with that. I don't know. I don't know how all this works. But I am not giving anyone financial advice. If the SEC comes for me and says, why are you giving people financial advice? I am not giving financial advice. All right. Let me take a look at the options chains. And I'll show you guys too. I don't want to cover the price because that's the more exciting thing. But let's just bring this over here. Hold on. Okay, let's see. I want to go all the way up, but I wanted to go like right there. Oh, wait. You can see the account number, can't you? All right. Don't look at that. All right. Here we go. I will have to snapshot it and then bring it over so we don't. All right. Here we go. Print screen. And then I can actually draw colors and pictures on it. I should get one of those pens. But I can't stream every day, so I don't know, like, unless I somehow make more money streaming than I do at my job. At this point right now, this was just a one-off thing. I just wanted to, like, help out if I could to make sure that people knew what was going on. If my boss is listening, I'm sick. All right. Okay, so looks like it has gone down. We're sitting around the 30 and the 20 right now for the moving average. All right, let's see. Print this out, or not print that, but let me get this up so we can take a look at it, and I'll draw some pretty colors on it. So let's do purple for the strikes. Oops. Get a border around it. Okay, so purple is going to be strikes. I don't like that. I should make it square. If they hedge this, I'm averaging up. Yeah, I mean, so here's the thing. I would wait for, like, this is not financial advice, and I may be wrong about this, but at this point, I think they're going to try to fight this at the 380 basically, because the higher it gets, the more they're going to be like, we can't let this happen. Because if they go into tomorrow with us near 4, they're going to have to really, So unless there's a huge amount of volume that comes in, they're going to, just. Yeah, I mean, the volume's picked up. Like, when we were sitting there about an hour ago when I was, taking a break, I think we were under, 10 million, and now we're, like, coming up on 12, or not, or 11.4, or sorry, yeah, 11.4 right now. Yeah, we've been getting more volume on power hours, which is something that we haven't seen in months. Like, anyone that's been with us for months and watched power hours, we would joke they're not really power. They're like, just nothing happened because we were so low volume. For months, we were trading at like 1 million, 2 million volume. It's pretty bad. Like, stock was just dead. It was like literally just like hedge funds trading back and forth to each other, just driving down the price. All right, so they put up a pretty large sell wall at 15K at 378. So this is kind of their line in their sand. They said, this is all we're letting you guys go to right here. Now, we've cooled off a little bit on the RSI, the 1 minute RSI. But we can see right here, this is where they kind of want to draw this line in the sand. Because if it pops back up over that, we're going to have a lot of momentum going our way going into tomorrow. And that would be very, very exciting. Because when they have to start hedging them again, that'd be something they're going to go, oh. So, I mean, we've had a crossover again right here. No, right here. I mean, we'll see if they bring the volume. Because that's going to be the key indicator. It's going to be them actually bringing volume. But that was us zoomed in. This is us right now. So we've had a nice run up. Like, even if we pull back into like this area, that's a good day. Like, this is where we want to be. But it looks like, they're having to buy some shares here. And so we'll see if they actually covered some today. It'd be exciting if they did, or if they shorted more and we're just moving up because somebody was pushing the price up. Because if they have not covered, woof. All right, let's take a look at Discord. Everyone good there? 10 million volume plus. Very good. Yes, very good. Shorts are scared of gators. Leave the gators alone. FOMO setting in for other traders. Yeah, well, I mean, I tried telling people. Like, I legitimately tried telling people. I went to other subs and I just said, listen, you guys are retail traders too. I just wanted to let you know this is my DD. I want retail traders to do well. Like I always have, I always will. I don't work for an institution. I don't work in, like, if I told you what I did for a job, you guys would laugh because it has nothing to do with financial stuff. Like, very much the opposite. Oh, we did hit a high of 380 there. See that high of the day? Oof. Playing with fire. Where's that sell wall? They got a couple of them now. Look at them. This is danger area for them. I should push the Discord folks to here. I guess that's true. I mean, we've got 42 people in here. I would assume all of them are from the Discord. Is there anyone here not from the Discord? I just assumed everybody here was from the Discord. Okay. Let's go. I'm not going to do a tray and run around wooing, but, this is good stuff. I mean, this is showing that we are being vindicated for our work. That we saw something that other people did not see, and that we had faith that this was the right call. And yes, I am the Anon that wrote the DD for ATER on Reddit. I'm not a YouTuber. I just happened to call off work today so I could be here and kind of see what happened on the T+3 day. Just joined the Discord after finding your Reddit post. Oh, thanks. I was going to say, it's not my Discord. It's our Discord. It's all everybody's. I am not somebody that really has an ego. If ask anybody in the Discord, I might get grouchy every once in a while and like kind of, I think I got into it with that Nile guy, which was probably not the most mature thing of me. I'm sorry. If now guy, I think his name was like Meme Stock Investor or something like that. Like, that was probably over the line. I'm sorry, but you kind of pushed my buttons, and you were like, "Tell me why Nile was a better play than Nader," and I'm like, "I can do that." I tend to write DD, so do you really want me to do this? He was like, pff, sent me a bunch of mocking, memes, and I was like, all right, well, I'll tell you how Nile's going to be, and we'll compare it against ATER, and we'll see which one's the better play. For the record, I think Nile can actually be a good company down the line. You're not going to squeeze during a dilution. It's like common sense. Like, buy Nile when they've finished diluting. Like, legit. Like, just buy it when they finish diluting. All right. Yeah, like, get into Nile when everything's settled, the dust is settled, because they look like an interesting company. Like, I actually would probably go in on them after they finish diluting. But right now, it's ATER time, and it's not even close. Like, it's one of those things where how do I do this? I'm trying to figure out. Can I pin this? I don't know anything about YouTube. I'm using something called OBS Studio. I've never, like, this is literally my first time ever YouTubing. So, or is that what you even say? Streaming? Stream? I don't know. But somebody said to set up the tip jar, but I don't think I can, because I don't think I'm like big enough. I think you have to have like a certain amount of followers to like have that. So like I had made a Ko-Fi that I was trying to fundraise money for the Discord, and then I decided not to do it, just because I wanted to buy some tools so we could better like look. There are some like programs out there that I think would be a good thing for the Discord to kind of keep better tabs of things. I wanted to buy a bunch of different subscriptions to like Koi Fish and a couple other like things that we can kind of help monitor things, and some sweepers. Oh, the Ko-Fi is working. Did it work? I don't know how this works. Do I hit? Let me see this. I have a notification. Okay, someone did something. I can't see what it. Hey, someone gave me $5. Thank you. That's awesome. It's my first tip ever. Appreciate it. Is there a way of like pinning that? I don't know. There, I just reposted it. But yeah, I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm gonna write you a personal thank you. Thank you. My very first tip. First tip. Yeah. I mean, this seems fun. I understand why people like doing this. But like, can you really make a living doing this? Like let's see if they push this over. Look at this. So right here, you can see this sell wall. They're really trying to make sure this doesn't really get above 390, because it's going to... sorry, I'm reading some of your comments. Anon's voice is pretty normal. He made it seem like he had a dweeb voice. And sorry about my laugh too. But yeah, I was going to say, like, yeah, I think I sound like a normal dude. All right, hi Discord group. Oh, we got 52 people in here. That's awesome. This is cool. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that, Dylan. He said instead of listening to music on the drive home, he'll listen to me. I appreciate that. I don't think I'm saying anything super important, but like, why don't you think the AMC MOS will happen? I heard you talking about... Okay, so I'm not saying the AMC and GameStop won't go up. My working theory is those two stocks became very public stocks. And this is me being very pragmatic, because the way I approach things is I know that the system is in place to protect those who have the most money. And those people do not have any desire to give up that power. That's why they buy their own politicians. That's why they make sure that the SEC can't do anything. It's why they basically have all the power in the world. So what ends up happening is these guys basically let the cat out of the bag with GameStop and AMC. So now, if they actually MOAS, like mother of all short squeezes, that's what MOAS stands for, if anyone that's new, what will end up happening is it's exposing them that there's fraud on the market. And that's the last thing that the big guys can allow happen. They don't want everyone to go, oh, these guys were like held down and basically like screwed over. There should be... Then does that mean that so if naked shorts are real, if naked shorts are rampant in the market, that means that at any point, anyone that's ever traded and lost money would have a liability. They'd have a lawsuit and an actual claim against anything they do. So part of the reason why I think AMC and GameStop will not MOAS the way we think it will is because it's too public. So what they'll do is they'll do it in increments where they basically allow these companies to rise up in like chunks. So AMC will get to like basically get debt free and then be a decent company on the balance sheet. This is essentially what happened to Tesla. And some of the people that haven't ever learned Tesla's story, Tesla was really, really. No, this is not the squeeze. This is just them covering a little bit. The squeeze will happen basically once we cross over and you start seeing really, really long. This is just probably some covering or somebody walking up the price to make the market makers hedge more. That's essentially what's happening. Or it's market makers because once we started going up over this level right here, around like 355 to 360, now they're starting to actually have to they de-hedged yesterday and the day before. Now they're actually having to hedge again because what's happening is some of these, the delta and the gamma on these options for this week's expiry, which I think I was going to put up in a I did it here. I didn't do all the colors, but I'll just show you guys. So this was as of a little bit ago. And I'll bring it down so you guys can see. Okay, so I don't have like a pen thing to make it look nice, but this is your strike prices, right? And at this point right now, see this chunk right here? Maybe I can highlight it. What do we want to do? Let's do yellow. Yellow is going to be in the money. Everyone's commenting on my voice. Okay. Everyone thought it was going to sound a lot, I guess, more dweeby. Like, I was a Marine. Like, what did you guys think was going to happen? Like, all right. Like, I was going to be like, hi, guys. How's it going? All right. Here we go. So, yellow is in the money. Here's going to be yellow in the money on the put side. All right. So, once we crossed over this 3 to 350, these now start having to be hedged. And that's why we're actually having this price walked up. This is a market maker actually having to hedge. This isn't like a margin call or a squeeze. This is basically the options chain right here. Oh, Kenny just wrote. Here we go. I can copy and paste that, I guess, here. Whoops. Is that right? I think I sent you my coffee shop. That's not the right link. How do I take that off? Can I delete that? Sorry, YouTube. I don't think that's right. I sent you the wrong link. Where the hell am I going? Okay, so right here. Ooh, there we go. That was them, and this will probably have to be confirmed, but my guess would be someone placed a very large in the money put option right there, like right around here. This is where they would have put the large put option to try to drive down the price. And they'll probably short here or naked short or use short exempts. What they're trying to do right now is to break desperately this trend, because what they need to happen is not to go close enough to 4 where they need to start hedging the 4s, and I'll show you why that is. But I just wanted to let you guys know why that happened. Okay, so Ko-Fi, just so I can let Kenny do. I got my first Ko-Fi donation. Okay, here we go. Your page, maybe that's the one. Here we go. By the way, nobody needs to tip me. It's fine. Like, I would have done this for free anyway. But I appreciate anyone that was going to. Because I'm not big enough to actually be on YouTube and stream or get paid by YouTube, because I think I have like 100 followers, maybe. And they're all from the Discord. All right. So anyway, here we go. I'm just going through. All right, let's bring up the options again. So nothing really is exciting here. This is basically just someone that probably placed a really large, in the money put that's got some theta on it, and it's driving down the price because of that, because I don't think they have enough shorts, or they could be naked shorting, or the market maker may have used a short exempt also to try to break this trend, because they don't want this to run either. We'll have to check the data tonight. So at 6 o'clock, we should be able to see the FINRO data, And at 9 o'clock, we can see the aggregate data, and we'll be able to see kind of based off how much the stock has gone up. And that's not a huge amount, but it will probably be a little bit lower on, like, I think the last couple of days have been like above 50, but not like the 60% that we were seeing last week. All right, so let me get the options stuff back up. Okay, so right here, we're looking at this yellow box. These are things that are in the money. And what they're going to try to do right now is to try to de-hedge. So if you look at the price right here, we are now 3.67. That means we're still in this bracket where all these now are. They should be. These shares have should have been gotten. So right here, if you look at the numbers and combine them, now not all of them are going to be. This is the problem with the options chains. They're not perfect, and they don't tell you exactly what's going on. So you have to make some assumptions, and you also have to make some room for error, because what ends up happening is calls can be bullish or they can be bearish, and I know that like kind of messes with people's heads, but what ends up happening is retail usually use calls as their way of like, okay, I want to buy a whole bunch of these shares bullish. That's how retail uses calls. And shorts do that too sometimes, or not shorts, but like big guys do that too. But usually, what they'll do is the institutions and the hedge funds will sometimes sneak things in on the call side that are bearish to make retail think that they're bigger than they are. And that's one of their little tricks. Is you may see a call side that looks really, really great, and half of it might actually be bearish, and retail just assumes it's bullish. So like there's got to be a room for error. That's why it's nice to have it like option sweeper, and that's why like DZ and some Lax and a couple guys in the Discord are able to kind of let us know what the inflow looks like based off unusual whales and some other option scanners that are out there. So anyway, I was going to say, but right now we are at this point where we're above this, so now these all should be hedged. Going into tomorrow, they've got the deltas are probably pretty much locked in for at least these bottom ones, and then these ones are going to be the ones that are kind of like on the fence, what the delta is going to be. So all that means essentially is that once they're in the money, the market maker is supposed to assume that everybody is going to want their shares, so they should have them available if they need them. So that's why we saw this walk up, was because as we're getting closer, because we're Thursday, as we're getting closer to Friday, there's still a lot of open interest. So what you do to calculate these things would be you take this number and whatever. These numbers right now we don't know, because some of these could be sales, some of them could be buys. We don't know on the volume side because it could be either one. But once it gets locked into like tomorrow morning, we'll be able to see what the actual numbers are. We should see the actual new numbers of open interest and what's going to be in the money going into the close tomorrow. And that means that market maker should hedge all those shares. Should. Now, retail doesn't typically exercise their shares. They just don't. Retail typically sells them right before the close, or they sell them Friday morning. But in this case, because there's not a lot of shares, it's interesting if retail was to somehow want these shares and let them expire in the money, then market makers are technically supposed to go out and make sure that they deliver these shares, or the brokers are supposed to deliver these shares to their clients by Tuesday of next week. So what does that mean? It means that if retail was going to, for example, I'm just seeing what time it is. So it's coming up on Power Hour. If we actually get a Power Hour, we'll see. Volume's decent. I mean, it's not great, but it's not bad. Okay, hold on. Let's see. There is a DZ wrote, if in case anyone needs more conviction that ATER is Aterian is the top squeeze play, this is an obvious market-wide short squeeze going on, which is popular squeeze stocks are outperforming everybody else. So it looks like us. Yeah, so I mean, we're doing better right now than GameStop. We're doing better than pretty much all the meme stocks right now. So we are different than everybody else. The SPY is up now. The QQQ is up. IMW, which we track and we actually are part of, is down. So that's a bullish sign for us that we are up when everybody else is down. AMC's down, GameStop's down, CEI is down, BBIG is down, Mullen's down. So the fact that we're up 7% right now is pretty bullish going into, everybody else is not. SST is, I think, is that running now? Is that I bought a position this morning because I had a conversation with what's his name, Tall Lamppost or something like that, or I can't remember what his name was. But I was like, it's worth a flyer. Like the problem is like it was too much of a gamble for me. But I told him, I was like, if you make bank on it, I hope you bring it to ATER because it's going to be pretty ugly when these things get going. All right, so let me just see. I just want to see if that one did pop off. Nice, good for them. They got it right. They're up to $28 a share. So yeah, we're both moving. They obviously moved right now before us, but they also have a dangerous kind of like they will fly back and forth pretty quickly. Their setup is a little bit different than ours. Ours is kind of like a slow build until we pop. I bought options. So I didn't buy shares because I thought shares were too risky. So I bought some out of the money call options, and I'm about to unload them now for probably a pretty good little chunk. All right, give me 2 seconds. I'm going to trade these, and then I will be back to do that. Okay, execute. There we go. Yeah, so we're going to slow burn up until we pop. That's essentially what's going to happen. So the reason I say, yeah, I just unloaded them. I'm good. I made 200%. 200, not all of them have filled. There's still a couple more. Yeah, so I made like a couple, let's see, 278% on one of them. And yeah, did well. I'm not going to DT this. What's it say? I'm not going to DT this? What's that mean? Wait, why did you buy options instead of shares? Isn't options are known dangerous? So it depends. Like, so I've been trading for a long time. So options are like a dual-edged sword. You can really make some good money or you can really get hurt. And if you don't know what you're doing with options, I don't recommend trading them. To be honest with you, I would paper trade them and learn the Greeks for months before I would even touch real. Because I'll be honest with you, when I first started trading, I had great fundamental knowledge. I had all these things. And I thought I knew what I was doing. And I crashed and burned on options really, really hard. And I almost wiped my entire account. Like I wiped one account and I almost wiped my entire life savings on options because I dove into it before I really understood them. And I think if I can impart one piece of knowledge, it is don't mess with options unless you actually know what you're doing because everyone wants to make money now. They go on Wall Street bets. They see these things. Hold on, what's going on? Hey mods, what's going on? Oh, I did not know that. Well, I guess I let me write back real quick. Hold on a second. Fixing something real quick. Give me 2 seconds. All right, so it looks like there's some profit taking. Just looking at it, some profit taking, and they're probably just trying to get it under control again. My guess would be they want to keep this in. I think I told everyone earlier. My guess would be like in the 360 to 370s where they want to end the day, because they don't want it to get out of control and they want to be able to push it down under 350 tomorrow. That's kind of what I was looking at. I don't know if they'll be able to get max pain. I think is $3. I don't know if they'll get there. All right, let's see. I shouldn't DT in the first place. Stream in my ears. I don't know what that means. Timing volatility is pain. Sorry about that, guys. I'm just trying to figure out something on YouTube. Let's see. Okay. Should be back now. All right. We're good now. All right. Let's see what happens now. So we now are very much see. All right. So here I want to teach you guys, or I don't know. Some of you guys already know this stuff, but for the new guys or people that don't know how all this software works, right now you see we crossed over 30 right here-ish. We're coming down to basically completely oversold. Once we dip below that line, my guess is we'll probably curl up right about now, and we'll start looking to cross over this MACD. So I view things on a couple different time frames, but typically I use the 1 minute just for like short term, and also it's more exciting to watch. Like if you watch just the 5 minute, if a stock's not really moving that much, it's like, So I usually use the 1 minute or the 5 minute when we're like, watching something pretty intently. At least we have something to talk about. It's not just chopping, slightly back and forth. But it also, for new traders, I don't recommend using the 1 minute or even, the 5 minutes okay, but like the 1 minute, I especially don't know. It gets people too excited because the swings look huge. They're not really though. Like we went up, what was it, like 30 cents? But it looks like we're absolutely free falling right now and it looks horrible, but really it's been like 10 cents. All right, you bought it for. Is that the wrong price to buy? No. I was going to say, you're going to go back up. Like, yeah, I mean, a bunch of people have way higher averages. You're fine at 4. If you can average down if these prices get back down to like 350 again, but like right now the RSI is crossed over the 30. We're now at 22 for the RSI. So we're going to probably go ahead and see some buyers come in again. But yeah, like personally, if you bought it 4 and it drops down to 350 and you can, afford a couple more, you might want to average down, because I think when this thing gets going, you're going to wish you bought it 350. I mean, not financial advice, but like personally for me, like I bought a lot of shares when we were down in the, I guess it was like the 2 somethings and the mid to high 2s, and then again we started moving pretty quickly, bought in again. So every time we dip and the IV goes down, try to add more, because it's just putting pressure. Like, yeah, my advice is not financial advice. That's right. Nothing I say is financial advice. I am not qualified to give it. You can always seek a professional that has taken the Series 7 and is a financial obligation. I mean, I like all the stuff they do. For anyone that's interested in a career in finance, like from what I understand, you have to get sponsored by a big broker or some sort of like institution that deals with money. You can get your trading license and all that stuff. You can do all this same stuff for the most part. You won't have access to like probably as cool tools or like, you know, Bloombergs and stuff like that, but you can get a lot done if you know what you're doing. Like, we do pretty okay in our group, and you know, we basically are able to just pool our knowledge and start, you know, putting pieces together and figuring it out. All right, so it looks like the MACD, and we had a Scotch RSI crossover, so probably we'll see at least some buyer step in here. That'd be my guess. What time is it? Let's take a look. It's 3:08, so we got plenty of time. Are deep in the money calls as good as shares? So there's a difference, and I'll kind of explain to you why. So 90 to 95% of your shares will never hit the market. When you hit the buy button on your broker, say it's TD, Webull, all those things, they're not actually buying shares on the open market for you. What they do is, because most of these, you know, platforms are payment for order flow, and that's why I think it's a good idea that payment for order flow is, you know, gone. I don't like it. I think it provides the wrong incentives for brokers, because it basically makes their customers the target, and it's not helping anyone except for the money. It doesn't help the retail investor. It doesn't help, like, they've tried spinning it that way for years, but brokers make money a couple different ways. They make money per your transactions. Hey, have a good one. Thanks, Nifty. They make money on your bid-ask spread. And because they know your orders, they can basically make money, more money, on the bid-ask with payment for order flow. It was invented by Bernie Madoff, which a lot of people know, that should tell you something right there. So, sorry, I'm just eating something because I haven't eaten anything all day. Just tell you something that Bernie Madoff invented payment for order flow, and it's still being used. It is not in retail's advantage for payment for order flow. So the reason why deep in the money calls are good is because it actually makes the market makers buy your shares on a lit exchange. It's not as cost effective as buying shares, but if you want to actually cause buying pressure, it's the only way retail can really do it, because unless you route through IDX, which most retailers don't know how to do, you can do it for some of the platforms. Like I know TD you can. There's a couple other ones, and those ones will all hit the lit exchange, because IDX was invented by some... I'm sorry, I'm just reading. Yeah, so it was invented by somebody that thought the markets were not fair, and that basically retail was getting screwed over. So they produced their own exchange, and they get fed in. But the other exchanges hate them because they're actually allowing retail to buy orders on, you know, on the actual market. So if you can route your orders through IDX, your stuff will actually hit the exchange. But most retailers, because they don't know how to do that, they buy thinking they're going to send buying pressure, and all that ends up happening is their orders end up in a dark pool and they never hit the actual exchange. So by buying deep in the money, Charles Gasparino is a tool. Like, he's a bad actor. A lot of those guys are bad actors. Kramer's a bad actor. Gasparino's a bad actor. They all know how this works. And their job is to make you think that you're crazy for knowing that it's corrupt. No, that payment for order flow is not bad. You retail investors are so stupid. You just don't understand. And so retail goes, oh, well, I don't understand. So yeah, it must be over my head. It's not. Payment for order flow is bad. It's bad for retail investors. They get to see where you buy and sell your stuff before you. They've got a computer that operates at the speed of light, and they can basically transact right before you. So if you wanted to get out at a certain price, they can see where everyone's trying to get out, and they will go ahead and move it down. So you actually have to buy or sell less or more than you would have. Like it's corrupt, and it shouldn't be in place, and that should be removed. And that's something that every single one of you, if you have a voice, if you have a vote, you should make sure you let the SEC know that we don't want this, and this is not what's best for us. They ban payment for order flow everywhere else except for the United States. Like, you can't do it in Europe. It's not good for anybody. All right, so next question. Do you still think, or still thinking we head to 350 by the end of the week? You got to imagine they're going to try hard. Yeah, they're going to try. So here's the thing. Max Payne is actually $3. And I think right now, I don't know if they can get it below 3. Like, someone's just going to come and scoop up all those shares. Like, if they try to really push it down, like, they know they're in trouble right now. Like, you can tell they know they are in trouble. If ATER hits $20 by the end of April, would you be surprised? No, that'd be about where I thought it would be. So here's the thing. So ATER Love from Peru, welcome. Yeah. So my thing is there's warrants at $25, and I think that's kind of where that would be a goal. If I were the CEO of Aterian, I would say I would love to see this, move quickly and up to that level, because the amount of cash they can raise off 5 million shares at 25 each would be, let's pull up a calculator. So they sell them for 25.10, and there are at least 25 million warrants there. So that would raise up over... That would raise up $627 million, $0.5 million. Aterian could do a lot with that money. Aterian could do a lot with that money. Right now, they have $41 million cash. If they could get it up to 25 and get those warrants exercised, you could buy a lot of things for $627,500 million. Like, $627.5 million. That's a ton of money that they could raise just off those warrants, and that's not including like an ATM, or like they could legitimately raise like $1 billion if this thing was to move that high. And that kind of, like, a small company like that with that kind of cash could buy other things that are very profitable. That's why this was always like a gamble for the shorts, because if the shorts were wrong and Aterian was somehow able to like weather the float, then this could happen, where you now have more shares sold short than probably exist in the float. The float's tiny, and retail owns all of it. It's like the worst nightmare of like a short. Now they think they'll be able to just plunge the price down, but I think we've done the work. We can show people when they're messing around. Like, that's really what it boils down to. Like, I've been tracking this stuff for 6 months on a spreadsheet. Like, we know when they are covering. We know when they're not. There's enough information. If retail just... I think this is the difference between GameStop last time and Squeeze Plays this time. Nobody was sitting there and telling retail, you guys are right, and just because the price is going down, if you just... we were all telling each other that in like GameStop and stuff like, and AMC, but the price just kept going down and down and down, and then people just stopped believing, because they were like, well, I don't understand how this could happen. It's because they were issuing ATMs, and nobody was telling them what was happening. Half retail didn't even know what an ATM was, Some people on this chat don't even know what an ATM is. And so what you end up seeing is you are seeing people that need to have more information at their fingertips so they can make better decisions. And so my entire goal of this Discord that we created was to group a bunch of really smart retail traders together and see if we can help each other, like, look at problems. And, that's essentially what we've done. Like, if anyone wants a link for the Discord, if you came on here somehow and stumbled upon this YouTube stream and you're not part of the Discord, you're more than welcome. An ATM is an at-the-money offering. Yeah, it's fine to ask questions. Like, honestly, everyone should want to know this stuff. If you're trading in the market, you need to know these things. Okay, so let me just get ATM real quick. At-the-money offering. So an ATM is basically when a company goes out to their shelf, and the shelf is basically how much shares they can say, okay, we're going to sell these for cash. And it's dilution, so it means that the amount of shares increases across the entire float and the shares outstanding. But what it does is it allows the company to get cash in. So if you make good use of that cash, you can make your shareholders more money, and that's why they don't mind the dilution. Nobody likes dilution up front because dilution makes your shares worth less. And that's the problem with a lot of these squeeze stocks. When you jump on those squeeze things and they have 200 million warrants out against a stock, that's a scary thing to go against because you really have to do good with that money because they sold them usually sometimes for pennies on the dollar. So you really need to do that. Like, you need to make use of that money and good use of it. Anyway, so that's an ATM. It's just basically the company selling shares at the price that it is right now. Like if Aterian at $20 a share said, okay, we're going to issue an ATM, what that means is they're going to start selling shares onto the market, either slowly or they could do it in chunks. But that's essentially what ends up happening is they just sell off some of the shares. Usually it causes downward pressure. And that's what happened with GameStop and it happened with AMC. Both companies issued an ATM. It was announced, but retail just didn't understand it. They couldn't wrap their heads around it, and nobody was telling them like actively what that meant. And it's a shame because they should. Like, let's see. The next question was, is there a way that shorts can get out without covering? So this was a question used a lot during GameStop. Let's see. I guess the best way to describe this is this. GameStop, there is a way that they can hide shares, what are called synthetic longs. So if you wanted to, for example, go to the options chain and kick the can down the road, that is a possibility. But it's also assuming that nobody's going to notice. And I am somebody that I've been paying attention to things. And so we're taking snapshots of every single options chain. And as these things get bigger, we are going and tracking these things. And we're going to see if they kick the can down the road, we'll know it. And we're just going to say, all right, that's fine. We know you guys are quote unquote covering using synthetics, and we'll be right here when you guys are done. Like, we'll keep buying. You guys can drive down the price. We'll keep buying it. And then it's going to get worse and worse and worse. Like, and on something like this, where the borrow fees are getting higher each day, it gets too expensive for them. Like, they don't want to do this. They, like, at some point it gets to a point where, okay, we're not going to win. We need to switch sides to mitigate losses. So what ends up happening is shorts will go ahead and say, okay, we're going to lose X amount of dollars to cover probably. They have, like, quants there that sit there and say, hey, listen, do the math on this. If we had to cover 9 million shares right now, what would that cost us? And they might say, it's going to cost you $214 million or something like that. So what ends up happening then is they go through and they say, hey, if we were to take $100 million and place them in the call option side going long, how much would we lose then? And so what ends up happening is they end up IV crushing, making good decisions on the way up so they can make money on the way up to mitigate their losses. So that is kind of how shorts can get away. They're going to be fine. Like the shorts, they're not going to go out of business because look at Melvin Capital. They're down 20% of the year, but they're still making money. Like not them this quarter, but like Gabe's doing fine there. But yeah, I mean, you could technically hide synthetic shares in the options chains as like, I mean, it gets to a point where it's not worth it because those cost money to keep position. But the thing is, they're going to keep borrowing, and the more shares they have naked, most likely what they'll do is they'll allow it to squeeze to a point and hope that everyone just thinks that's the squeeze. Because that's kind of what they did with GameStop. They thought that everyone would go away after that. So that's kind of what I'm expecting, is they would probably try to cover and make it look like, oh, well, we had a nice run up to 12, and that was the squeeze, and then start really shorting it down again because they will have more shares at their disposal once all those are back in. But it's going to be much higher than 5, and it's going to be much higher than probably 750 or even 10, or it really depends on how much momentum it gets, because the more retail FOMO's in on a stock that only has 28 million, for free float, it's going to get violent and it's going to move fast because, at these prices, at, less than $5, most retail investors can afford a couple hundred shares. Well, if 100,000 people buy a couple hundred shares, that's locked up the float and some. So like it gets really like out of hand at some point because of how small the float is. So hopefully that answers your question about can they cover. My guess is they're going to cover at some point. If I see the options chains explode and they're claiming that they're covering and it doesn't look right, I'll catch it, or at least the group will. Somebody will catch it. Okay. Off topic. Do you think GME run is over? So I think GME is going to actually do something interesting, which is when they do the stock split, it's going to put more pressure on the shorts. Shorts, I think, they're still short, obviously, GameStop. And I think they hid some synthetics, and I think they may have some nakeds that are still there. But overall, they're not. The cost to borrow on GameStop had been so low for so many months that it wasn't putting any pressure on them. So they basically were allowed to hold their short positions indefinitely. GameStop will always spike up and down based off of cycles. And so that's, if you look at GameStop, it's literally like up, down, like up violently, slowly down, up violently, slowly down. Like that's just what GameStop is doing because I think they're going to allow them to go up though, because, and it's the same thing with AMC. I think they're both such public eyes now that they almost have to let them run up, but it's just going to be a lot slower than people are expecting. Like people are expecting everything to happen at once, to go crazy. The breakers are going to turn off. The stock market's going to crash. All the money from the DTCC, not DTC, from all these all the clearinghouses are all going to come to the apes, and then the feds are going to have to bail. Like it's a nice thought. I don't think it's going to happen personally, just because I'm pragmatic about it, and I know people don't like to hear that. But I think it's the more realistic thing. I think GameStop will be worth more because they have no debt, they've got a lot of cash, and they have some good leadership there. They just did a stock split, which is going to allow retail investors to buy more shares. The shares that were shorted are still going to get split up, and they're now, once GameStop gets more affordable for retail again, they're going to squeeze out in different segments because there's a lot more shorts that are going to be shorted, and there's going to be a lot more retail investors willing to buy at lower prices. So I don't think it's over. I think it's a long drawn out squeeze. Basically, it's going to become, like I think I told some other people, like a Tesla, where they just will slowly allow these companies to grow and become much larger market caps. 1, 2, 3. Yep. Thank you for the stream. Stream and Discord are awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate all the guys and girls that make everything happen. because like I am not in there alone. It's a lot of people helping out with that. We've got like 20 mods in there, I think, or a lot of them. I don't know how many we have anymore, but and everyone that contributes and brings ideas in, talks about things. Sometimes we fight with each other. Sometimes we're okay. Like any community, you're gonna have ups and downs, and we're gonna get on each other's nerves at times, but it's fun in here, and I think we have a good time. And it's grown. I mean, we started this, I think, back in, what did we say it was? Was it August? Somebody, when did I start it? Does anyone know? Anyone know? Anyone listening? Okay. August, September. Thank you. Thank you, Dirty. Sorry, I'm just chewing the rest of my bar. What happens when people exercise warrants? Okay. So warrants. Warrants are essentially like call options, except for they're sold by the company and they usually come with more time. So with options, usually they only go 2 years out. With warrants, typically what you have happen is you have they may give you 5 years instead of like 2. And when you exercise them, though, they become dilutive. That means that the shares will cause a downward pressure because not only are they increasing the float, but you're issuing out, you're giving them cash and they're giving you a share, which is going to send downward pressure. So downward pressure is usually what happens with warrants. BBAI the other day. I did talk to Board Billionaire briefly, and I was telling him, like, the reason why that didn't work was because your warrants on BBAI were the ticker symbol. You can look it up yourself. Like, if you type in BBAI/WS, stands for warrants. Warrants on them, I believe, were at 11 and 10. I think, like, something like that. So as soon as they ran up to 16, people were like, okay, we'll just exercise these. So they exercised them and they sent the stock crashing back down. Like, same reason why you can't have a stock run if they have warrants in the way, because a short has those as an insurance to go, okay, well, we'll just use the warrants as our escape hatch. I think I used that analogy. Like, if you give somebody an escape hatch, they're going to use it. Like, that's what happens. Okay, Elias, did you say 42K buy at 370? You did that, or somebody bought that on the chains? Or is it like in the, let's see, 42K at 370? I know I'm a little behind on these, huh? If you want the system to change, you need to go and gather evidence, send it to, yeah, I mean, the problem is a lot of these, like, the Washington Post, New York Times, they're all owned by people that don't want any of this stuff to come out because they make a lot of money in the stock market. So it's not really beneficial for them to have that come to light. They want the status quo to remain. Like Bezos owns, Washington Post. Bloomberg has a huge, net. There's all these people that own these media outlets, and they don't want you to know the truth. And I'm not some sort of conspiracy person. I'm really not. Like, the facts are this: when you have money and power, and you want to keep it, like, that's just how humans are. And so, like, these guys go out and they buy media outlets so they can shape the narrative. And it's not anything that's like nefarious. It's just common sense. Like, if you can have a team writing your articles for you, it's the same reason why never read anything that is ever published inside Seeking Alpha or Market Watch, or they have an agenda. They have a bias. The reason why I stopped listening to anything and I just went off my own research is because that's what the smart money does. They don't care what articles are written. Retail buys and sells off articles that are written because they assume that those people are smarter than them and that they are looking out for their best interest because they're journalists. Those people aren't journalists. Half the time those things are created by bots. that programmed out like hit articles half the time just to like throw in a couple things that like make people doubt things. Or if you're like, if for shorts, their strategy is short and distort. So what they'll do is they'll decide, okay, we're going to take a position in a company like ATER. We know that they've had some financial troubles, so we're going to go out and we're just going to slowly start like causing some doubt in people's minds. So we're going to push the price down between legal shorts and naked shorts, so retail investors start freaking out. And then we're going to send out maybe a hit piece. Maybe we'll send some money towards, you know, this firm, have them, investigative journalists, go out and make sure that everyone knows that the CEO of ATER like punches penguins, and you know it's a bad, like this is what they do. And so you get people going, well, that's he punches penguins, like that's messed up. Yeah, like does he really punch penguins? I don't know, but like in there, they just put enough doubt in your mind that you go, is this the right place? So what you end up having then is you're going to see, you know, these culmination of like FUD articles coming out. FUD is fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Yeah, I've been on here the whole day, basically. Somebody was asking how long I've been in. Yeah, I mean, the whole thing about what I've learned is don't listen to anyone but yourself and your research. Like, I know you guys are all in here, and I'll be as transparent and honest with you guys as I can be. If I see something that looks off, I'm gonna be like, that looks off. If things look horrible, I'm gonna tell you, like, this is not good. That may not be popular with everyone, but like, I call it as I see it, and I believe that you should be transparent. And you know, maybe it's the Marine in me. You know, I don't want to lie, cheat, or steal. That's just who I am. I would try to always be honest with you guys and tell you what I think. Yeah, so like, don't listen to FUD articles. Don't listen to anything that's written by Main Street media. They're not going to give you any particular insight. Like, you might pick up a nugget or two of like, okay, I didn't know about that, and that was decent. But like, for the most part, half of them are hit pieces, half of them are fluff pieces. Everyone's got an agenda, and it's money. Because there's money on the other side. Someone's paying those guys to write those articles, and somebody on the other side is benefiting from them writing those articles. They wouldn't exist if they didn't. So I just want you guys to keep that in mind whenever you're reading stuff. Always take everything with a grain of salt and do your own research. Like, I stopped listening to like anything about like stocks and money. I just started looking at the like actual nuts and bolts of stuff. Like, you know what matters? What matters is the balance sheet. What matters is sentiment. What matters is the charts. What matters is seeing where the big picture is on a stock. And that's how you can really make money. Like, we saw what was happening at ATER. We understood it. Now here we are. So is there a way that they keep making synthetics to sell just like AMC? So AMC is a different animal only because the float is so different. So both GameStop and GameStop not as much, but AMC especially, it's so hard to track and to figure out a float that gets that big. Like, at some point the options chains will tell the story, because on Aterian, if you look at our, let me pull up that. I still have it up. There we go. I'll pull this over. We have 28 million shares free float. Right here, you take this number, say this is all bullish, just pretend. If this is all bullish and you times that by 100, that means what? You have 1.2 million shares that are owed. This is almost 2 million. Well, all of a sudden you have, if these two end up in the money, half of your, your float, your free float, is already locked up in the options chain. So this is what's going to end up happening. They're going to get to a point where the entire options chains for the entire free float is going to be locked up in the money. And at that point, they have no choice but to let it burst, because they have to. Like, you owe more shares than exist with a small cap, and that's in a small float. with AMC had so, like, what, they have like a couple million shares. Like, it's really hard to track that. 28 million is easier to keep an eye on and see if there's fuckery going on. AMC's got, what does AMC have for shares outstanding? Let me see. Shares outstanding. All right, so they have a 500 million shares outstanding. They have 513 million shares. So 500 million shares versus 28 million shares. Like, huge difference. So at some point, our options chains might lock up the entire float. Like, if this right here would be like 10, like, it's just going to explode. It's what's going to happen. And maybe, is that my math wrong? Is this only 100,000? Let me see. Make sure I do that right. I don't want to give you guys bunk information because I'm doing it on the fly. But if we take 1282 times 100. Okay, so yeah, that's only 120. So this one right here, this one would be the $1 million one. Okay. So right here, these two together, if these are all bullish, that'd be like 1 million shares right there. So we would locked up. So if we start getting like 10,000, call options that go in the money, that's 1 million shares that they're owed. So, yeah, so a little bit different for AMC, obviously, because when you have that many, it's really hard to kind of keep track and see if there's, fuckery going on. But yeah, it's a little bit, they're going to try their best to keep this down. Okay. I'm just reading through some of the questions. How high do you see Aterian going, in your opinion? So I've got different price targets. And what I'll do is, like I told people earlier, I have a price target for if there was no short interest, which is like 750, like that range. But with this short interest, it's going to squeeze. And when it squeezes, it's going to go so much like higher. Like it could potentially hit those warrants over at 25. And at that point, that would get out of control. So, like, it would slow down at 25. If it gets up to 25, it's going to slow down because it'll slow down at 15 because there's like either 200 and I think we established what was the number. It was like 219K, or it would be 318K at 15. So that's how many warrants are there. So you'll have a slowdown around that area, and then you'd have a slowdown, really big slower down at 25. But it could eat through. It all depends on momentum. Like if all of a sudden more and more retail are pumping their money into it, these guys are going to have no choice, but they have to keep hedging, and then it's more gamma squeeze, and then it just keeps going. It feeds into itself. September or August. So the warrants are actually in September. So for this really to happen, it's going to need to happen sooner than later. And this is what shorts are going to try to do, and even probably market makers. They're going to try to suppress the price so it doesn't squeeze before September. That's going to be their absolute goal. What's going to happen, though, in the next couple of days or weeks is going to be FTDs are going to start piling up. And like I said, Reg Show, once it gets on there, doesn't mean that they have to close in 13 days. But it also means that the SEC is now starting to keep an eye on them, supposedly. Or if we actually write the SEC like I did yesterday and say, hey, listen, you got to take a look at the stock. Some things are not adding up here. Maybe you guys should investigate, do your job. But, we'll see. But right now, I don't think, because if September 6th rolls around, that's when 7 million shares will flood onto Aterian, because they'll be, at this point, we're higher than those warrant prices. So this is where we would have some dilution happen, and it would probably lower the share price. So if it's going to squeeze, it's going to have to squeeze in the next, couple months. I would say if it's April now, we have a pretty large chain going right now with the options. My guess would be it's going to probably happen before May, maybe even June. Like that'd be like the latest it would probably go. May, June, July. September's far away. They can't keep this up that long. They're going to try. They are not going to be able to keep this up that long. And I know everyone goes, no, but look at the games. No, look at Spurt. Like support.com, when those options chains got filled up, they locked up the entire free float and the entire shares outstanding just in one call option. And they had no choice. They had to let it go because at that point they owed so many shares, the FTDs were piling up, and that's what I kind of expected to happen here. Let's see. This is super exciting doing this with all you guys. Very exciting. Some whale or somebody whale, I guess. Yeah, well, Kenny is a whale. Saw that 42K buy. Yep, so that was a large purchase. I can't stand people who punch penguins. Don't you work today, Anon? I did. So I took off today just to be with you guys because I thought it might be fun. Let's see where we're at. So yeah, we ran up here. We're gonna probably settle around this area right here. Probably in this area is my guess. They might try to push it down right to about 365, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, tomorrow's really the fight. Tomorrow, if they're gonna have to start hedging and making sure they have all of. I'm pulling it over. All of these. They got to make sure they've got all of these, and they're going to try to burn these. So this is where I anticipate they're going to go ahead and aim for. They're going to try to push the price under 350. That's their ultimate goal because look how much money they're going to make if they do that. Market makers will be able to get premiums from all this down to here. And that's a lot of sweet, sweet premium for those market makers. But if, on the other hand, retail holds on to their things and actually lets them go in the money, they may have to actually hedge more of these, which means that we may then push towards this area, which means that that could be parabolic. So I'd like to see what ends up happening. If there's bulls that are able to push this up, they're going to be very happy in the future because if this options chain goes off and we push into this area and then all this down needs to be owed, that's at least 2 or 3 million, or sorry, it's about 2.5 million shares that would be owed out of a 28 million free float, which is a pretty significant amount that would be due next week. And that's when I would expect us to fly up. So, let's see. Next question. He's now doing his job, or he's not. Wait, this is his job now, bro. He's awesome. Thank you. Okay. Would love to hear your price targets. Grateful for your love. Okay, you're checking out the Discord. Yeah, I mean, I'll send the link again. I can pull it up, I'm sure. Let me see if I can pull it up and post it to you guys. I mean, it's a good group of people. We have a lot of fun in there. Fun, yeah. Feel free to subsidize his day off. Thank you very much. Is it Claudio Crossman? Thank you. Volume coming in. Yep, it's increasing. I mean, this is fun. So, like, what are we coming up on? What's about 10 minutes left? Yeah, it's 15. Okay. So, if we see some big buy orders coming in here, it's going to make them start to re-hedge those fours. And if that happens, it's going to cause more pressure. And that'll be exciting because that means we're going to have some movements. And then by the time Monday, Tuesday comes around next week, we'd really be moving and grooving. And, what's that song? Play the funky music. All right. Oh, I have 200 subscribers? What? I had like 30 last week. I had all right, so who's buying shares right now? Somebody's buying, my average is, so Claudio's average is about 850. Is this retail or institutions? That we won't know until we actually look at the 13Fs. We cried in the Discord for half a year. Yep, we did. I was going to say, I didn't, but you guys did. But you guys learned a lot of things. You guys learned patience. You learned how to deal with emotion in trading. Is that relentless print? It's a cloud. Yeah, we're having a good day here. I was gonna say, I mean, we're up what 9.8 right now. We got started a little late for the 10%. So if we had hit 10% earlier on the day, it would have brought a lot more momentum traders. They would have cashed out anyway, but like we would have brought a lot more. Um, who's wait? What's going on? So it squeezed even with warrant. Which stock are you talking about? VSonic. Which stock are you talking about? You're talking about SST. So let me explain to you anyone that was curious about that because SST took off today. The reason why it did was basically it was there was a ton of open or probably naked shorting happening too. There was also a ton of FTDs that were piling up. So it was a DSPAC play. And don't worry, I'm looking at the ATER screen. Don't worry. We're everyone just look for that 380 mark. That's what we want. Will it into existence. But I was just telling people with SST, the reason why I bought calls on it, out of the money calls, because I thought if it was going to run, it's going to run now because it was popping at the gills. And then it's going to slam back down. I don't know what it did today. Did it slam back down or did it keep going? Let's take a look. It's not that. It's still up. It's not that bad. It's up 32%. So it's still in the process of like squeezing up. Like it's one of those things where if you got in at 16, it was a very good safe play. For a lot of people though, they bought at like 36 and they're not happy right now. It's I know that the numbers look great. The problem is the rug can be pulled at any point with that particular stock. So you may be up and having a great time, and then within seconds, you could, if they push those S1 filings out, you're going to be on your butt. And that's why I wasn't a fan of going long on them. Like I bought some options for this week, and I ripped them up for a couple 100% gain, and now I'm out. Like that's the smarter way of trading that. Like you don't buy and hold that one because as soon as those S1 warrants, the pipe warrants hit, they're all gonna be gone, and that's share price is gonna plummet. So, let's see what people are saying. Okay, so if I understand it, 4 is the magic number to get things going. Yeah. So right now, the closer we get to 4, we hit those. Like, there's a million shares owed if we close over 4 tomorrow. So if tomorrow comes around and, for example, we run up to 450 and maybe end up at 420 to close. I know, funny number, but like, yeah, Anthony. So just so you know, this will probably fly sooner than later. I mean, you can always buy call options that have longer expiries if you want to be playing safe with, those. But in this case, it's more likely to run sooner than later because retail's just starting to kind of get there. And as the more retail and institutions are pushing this up, the faster it's going to go. And once it gets popping, it's going to go fast. Like if you look at the chart, let me see if I can pull up the old charts. I know we kind of want to watch the close, but maybe I'll go like a couple of minutes. Let's see. What time is it? So I don't miss the close. All right. We'll do this fast enough we can get back in for the close. So, all right, here's the daily. This run right here. You see we had a couple candles here, and then one big one. This one big one probably locked up the float. And once that happened, you had these one bad day, another bad day here, but for the most part, you're just going up slowly until boom, one of these FTD days comes and they just say boom, and it goes up. That was a run from the low of the day was what 8, and then it ran to like 19. So I mean, like you may have a day like that coming up. This is us now. And see, we're starting to hear. But look at our first candle. That was a big boom candle. Somebody started this. And this time, if you look at how they both started, this one right here did not start that way. It didn't start with a big candle up front. It kind of slowly built. This one started with a big one. And that means that somebody knew that this is going to get violent and it's going to get violent fast. And somebody basically was like, all right, let's get this rolling. And maybe it was a short themselves and they just said, we need to make some good money. And they dealt a crush for 2 days and now they're going to get it ready. But like, we're going to rip and we're going to rip violently. And we're going to, like on the daily RSI, we're already like up there. We're going to be screaming near probably 90s and 100s when they're closing out some of these positions. That's at least what I see happening. Are we spiking right now? All right, let me go back to. Okay, so here's our 380. You guys willed into existence. There you go. Am I going to stream tomorrow? So I actually work a full-time job. I said to people, like, you know, if I can make more money doing this, I'd love to do that. But at this point, it doesn't pay my bills. I just did it today because I thought it'd be a fun day to kind of talk to you guys, see who's out there, maybe draw some attention to Aterian and, you know, get people going. At least I can explain probably faster. Schedule the day. I mean, we'll have to see. I mean, yeah, no, I appreciate you guys being here with me. Like, honestly, I thought we might get like 5 people in here. We got like 54, and this is my first day ever doing it. So, um, I'm looking. All right, there's that 81. Let's see what's going on here. I just want to check something real quick. Getting a lot of messages on Reddit. I am no pro. I couldn't even get my microphone to work this morning. Anyone that was here earlier, I had like an echo going on. I figured it out. Eventually I had to turn off the Twitch and then I had to mute. I guess I was somehow like looping back the microphone feed. I think you've done negative work today. Oh, you have done negative work today. Yeah. It's fun though. As I was gonna say, I mean, like I can understand why people like doing this. I mean, it's fun. You're talking to people. You're watching some stocks. Always good when they're going up, but you know, at least somebody can sit there and kind of explain to people because a lot of people have large positions in this. Like, you know, they've got a lot of money riding on this. Check something real quick. Yeah, I mean, prepare. We're getting some comments in, Han. I got to figure out how to read all these quicker. All right. You have to excuse me. All right. Schedule the day. Schedule the day. What a close. All right. Thank you for doing this. We're pushing 5-minute candle. Pretty good volume. Yeah, we had really good volume on that candle. You're crushing it. You're going to be famous. No worries. I don't think so, but I appreciate it. All right. So we need to discuss Discord discussions with weekends with Anon. There'll be before and after ATER. You know, I mean, if this runs, it'll be a very nice thing because there's a lot of good people that invested money in this, and they, you know, I tried to write the DD because, you know, I knew something was going on, and I knew that this was going to come at some point to a head, and this is the head. So, thank you. You're a beast. You see my name. Wait, thank you, men. You are a beast, or maybe it's man. You are a beast. See you in the discard. My name there's Sweden. Nice to meet you guys. Finally, an ATER live stream. There we go. Yeah, so I don't normally do this, just so if you're in here, Yar still. I don't do this full time. I actually have a normal job. I just called out sick today, and I thought it would be fun to kind of stream with you guys. Someday, maybe, like if I can pay the bills doing this, that'd be awesome. But like, you know, let's see, will you be on the selling end if this hits 25 or profit or just let it run? I mean, it really depends on what the chart shows us. And I think that's the best way to do it. Like if shorts still haven't covered at 25, I'll stay in because until shorts close their positions, this is still going to go up. And as you see right now, you're seeing, remember I told you T+3, something was going to probably happen. You're now starting to see hedging going into tomorrow. Because now, if they open up and they're over 4, and you have a gamma that's going to be, yeah, I mean, like we may be seeing the starts of something pretty special. Let's see what happens here. They're trying to push the wick down, but like, and control it going in, but they're going to need to start hedging shares. Like that's just what's going to happen. You see, there's a 2,000 order coming in. Another, now sold off 12,000. They're going to try to push it down, but they're having to buy shares here. 9,000, 2,000, 5,000 shares being bought. These, I'm just telling you the numbers that I'm seeing coming across the screen. So a sale order of like 1,900. That's probably a day trader, a swing trader. These are all neutral. So they're starting to push out right now some of the neutral orders. Basically, it's people that bought shares today, and they're unloading them through a dark pool. So they're just kind of getting kicked out right before it close. All right, so we should see some like red coming in now because they don't want this to go much higher. Let's see what happens here. It's a good day, though. I mean, 13% up is pretty good. Once we get over 4, that's when things get really interesting as far as like if people decide to let those call options go in the money. And I'll write a DD about this tonight. But yeah, tomorrow is going to be spicy. And remember, Tarifa told you guys 142. And if you don't know who he is, you should join the Discord. I'm not like just... Oh, there's a lot of messages that came in when I was reading all that stuff. All right, let's see. Are we still open? No, we closed. Okay. All right, so what do we finish? We finished 385. That's pretty spicy. 12%, almost 13% up. It wasn't as big as SST, but that is fine with me because ours is going to be more of a slow build up until it pops. Because once we get over... Sorry, I'm going to stand up real quick because I'm not used to sitting in a chair that long. All right, so let's take a look at what things look like today. $63. Next stream will be 200 plus. Do you need an agent? Listen. This is just something I was going to do for fun for you guys because I figured it was good to actually like hear a voice. Here at least I can talk faster than I can write, and it takes me hours to do some of those DDs. Even though it's not like super complicated, it's just like I'm not a great writer. I'm amusing maybe, but like I'm not an actually good writer. So I make a lot of like spelling errors, and I have to go back and correct them. And all right, let's see. ATER strong. We did not close above 4. No, we didn't. That's fine though. Bought 10K at 365. Doing pretty good then. You are up. Let's see. What a day. Tarifa 142 times 10. Yeah, I appreciate everyone being here. I mean, so the market's closed. So what I normally do at the end of the day is I take a look. So we did 16 million volume, which is pretty good. So there, yeah, and Meow Moran is right. There, it looks like if we zoom out, let's go on the daily real quick. Maybe break it down into 1 hour. 4 hour would probably show it better. But you can see right here in inverse head and shoulders. So you have here the head, the shoulder, and then what will probably happen is you'll go chop chop and then skyrocket. I mean, that's what could happen, I guess. But yeah, it could definitely do an inverse head and shoulders there. I mean, it's, the shapes aren't that well defined, but they're pretty good. Like, you can see shoulder, head, shoulder, and then probably chop out a little bit, and then midday tomorrow maybe continue up. Okay. What else we got? We have a lot of people from Sweden. What? I never thought that. There's a bunch of Swedish people here. What's going on with Sweden? Why are so many Swedish people here? You guys just like Aterian? Yeah. Hello, Sweden. All right. So let's see what we got. Yeah, we got Finnish. We got someone Finnish. Where is everyone from in the world? I'm just curious. Because it seems like this has gotten a lot of like Sweden there, Swedish, but in Cali. There's a Finnish, so another Finnish. Texas, all right. Texas in the house. Anyone else? Okay, they're coming in now fast. We got India, Atlanta, Georgia, Southern California, Maryland, Virginia, Ontario. Oh, here, they're all coming in now faster. All right, they're like staggered. Vegas, Denmark, Texas, Massachusetts. Likely they will try to push tomorrow morning. How far do you think it could go? I mean, they're going to try to keep it under 5, because if it goes over 5, then they're going to really run, just because the amount of options that are going to be in the money. Connecticut, Jersey, Mass, Western PA. All right, good stuff. Oh, even more. We got a bunch of people in here. Pasadena, California, and Arkansas. Nice. All right, so my guess is Illinois. We got another couple trickling in. So we're from all over the place. That's cool. And we're all invested in the stock, and we're all about to get real rich. All right, appreciate it. No photos, appreciate it. I know you've been pushing me to do the YouTube thing. So I've been very, very against doing the YouTube thing, just for anyone asking. I really was not interested in doing that. I was just going to write some DD, talk about stock because on Discord, and that was going to be my thing. And then, I think a lot of people in the Discord were like, nobody's representing us. Like, we have a bunch of guys who are basically day trading the stock and selling for like 50% gains. Like, nobody's out there telling people, hey, this is actually like a legitimate, like, play, and that people should be looking. What does this say? I told you it would retest or test 380. Yep. Yeah, you did. Definition of Aterian: the long-derived Macedonian culture of North Africa. Yeah, so Aterian, I believe, has something to do with winged arrow tips or something. It was like the first like tool that was used by man or something like that. So I think that's where they got the name. I think I did read that at some point. That's what the thing is. The symbol is basically an arrowhead. It's supposed to be one of the earliest like things. Yeah, it feels good. I was gonna say, yeah. I mean, I enjoyed meeting all you guys. This is awesome. You know, I will try to do this maybe over the weekends. I can try to carve out some time if people want to do that. Or if at some point, if we can maybe, like if I can somehow replace the amount of money I'm making at my job, and if you guys want me to do this every day, then this was pretty fun and pretty cool. It's really up to you guys, but when it comes down, yeah, and I do remember when they were called Mohawk, but I think there's a flooring company that's also named Mohawk, so they were getting confused, so they had to change their name. I think YouTube's fine. You just don't need to become the focal point for sides. Wait, what was it say? Just don't become a focal point for sides. Happen to people. Yeah. So I have zero interest, honestly. Like I call it as I see it. This is who I am. Like I'm not gonna blow smoke up anyone's butt. Like I don't front run things as far as like I told everyone about Aterian and then it went down and I've stayed in it and now it's going back. You know, we're almost at my cost average right now. So like I just for me I averaged down when it was in the twos really heavily, and I was gonna wait till one if it dropped below that 1 or 210 mark, but didn't, and I started averaging down again when it was still there. So, but yeah, like I will go ahead and continue writing DD. I will continue doing all the stuff, and at some point, yeah, this was my maiden voyage, so I appreciate you guys being here for this. I've never done anything like this. I'm super happy, to meet all you guys, and someday, if we can get the thing going where if I can make enough money, either on the Discord or YouTube or however it works. I don't have enough subscribers even to get paid. Like I think you need 1,000 subscribers to even like get paid, and I think I have like 100. So like I won't be able to do this full time until maybe there's money coming in from it. But I'm happy to do this, when I can. Maybe, if we can, or if I can somehow make money in the Discord enough where I can actually do this full time, then we'll figure it out. But awesome meeting you guys. I'm gonna hop off now. Any more questions before I leave? Yeah, and I agree with you. I get distracted. I probably should have taken my Ritalin pill before I jumped on here because I get scattered usually at work. But yeah, I appreciate any tips or any because I don't obviously don't do this, and it's weird talking to nobody. Like at least when I started actually reading your guys' comments, it became a lot easier to actually talk. Um, yeah, this is my first time ever doing YouTube or even like really talking. Like it's just never been a thing. Like I've always just written Reddit, DD, and that was kind of it. Yeah, it's a ticking time bomb. I'm telling you guys, we got. I mean, that's a Head and Shoulders. It's very much looking like it. Yeah, shoulder, head, shoulder, next leg up. You have a bull flag. So that would then bring us into kind of this probably this. Let's see, it would probably be around here-ish for the close tomorrow. If we end up over 4, that's going to send us probably there, and then I would think probably bull flag into the next week. Yeah, appreciate it, guys. I will figure out, a way of, getting out there and answering all your questions, and then, I'll see if I can do this again, or at least on the weekends. Maybe I can just jump on with you guys, and I can kind of recap the week until maybe I can get more, followers, and maybe someday transition into this. But I really appreciate everyone being here. Like, thank you from the bottom of my heart. It was very cool to talk to you guys, and have a great evening.